Chapter 49. Mistress, what do we do? Little Chen Xiang was anxious when an attendant came to report. Esteemed Wang Fei, Grand Imperial Concubine wants you to come over immediately. Han Yunxi pursed her lips. When it rains, it pours. If she hoped that Grand Imperial Concubine could help her get through this crisis, then she was overthinking things. As soon as she entered, Grand Imperial Concubine showered her with curses. Han Yunxi, you don't feel comfortable if you don't show off your skills? Mu Fei has misunderstood. Yunxi wouldn't go to the extent of asking for trouble, Han Yunxi replied mildly. Asking for trouble? I think you're the one looking for trouble. You've already made a name for yourself. There's no one in or out of the palace who doesn't know of your skills, Han Yunxi. Do you know that I'm about to die from all the noise from those people? Grand Imperial Concubine raged. Many of those who came to seek treatment were of lowly status and couldn't even enter the Duke of Qin's gates. Grand Imperial Concubine had rejected all of the high-ranking officials and nobles for now. After all, the Duke of Qin's estate wasn't a clinic and Qin Wang Fei wasn't a doctor. If it was those nobles who were on good terms with Grand Imperial Concubine perhaps she'd let Han Yunxi take a look. But at this critical juncture, the rumors had spread throughout the city. Once there was a precedent, things would get out of hand. But if all of this hadn't happened at the gates of the Duke of Qin's estate, then it'd be a different story. Grand Imperial Concubine had long made plans in her heart. Mu Fei is an intelligent person. She should be able to tell that someone's spreading rumors to kill Yunxi, Han Yunxi replied seriously. Grand Imperial Concubine snorted disdainfully, a calculating look in her eyes. I don't care so much. Tell me how to deal with it right now. As she spoke, the guard ran to the gates to report again. Seeing this, Grand Imperial Concubine pretended to be angry and slapped the table. Han Yunxi, look for yourself. I'm telling you now, if you don't give me an explanation today, move out of the Duke of Qin's estate immediately. Move out of the Duke of Qin's estate? Han Yunxi immediately understood. Grand Imperial Concubine didn't find the people who came to seek treatment annoying at all. She clearly despised her as a troublesome daughter-in-law and wanted to take advantage of the situation to kick her out. Han Yunxi finally understood. No matter how much face she'd given Grand Concubine it was all in vain. Her fault lay not in the trouble she'd caused, but in her status. If it was Murong Wanru who ran into trouble today, Grand Concubine Yi's personality would definitely ferret out the culprit and strike back viciously. However, she was just an outsider's daughter-in-law, a daughter-in-law who was not to her liking. The two of them were destined to be enemies. Perhaps today's rumors were a trap set up by Grand Concubine and Murong Wanru. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to force herself to endure and greet him with a smile. Han Yunxi sneered. Mu Fei, are you trying to separate from the family? I can't make the decision on such an important matter. You should discuss it with His Highness. Wherever Long Fei Yi lived, she would live there. Husband and wife sang the same tune. She didn't even hesitate to kick down the bridal sedan chair door to marry into the Duke of Qin's mansion. How could she leave so easily? If she left, how many people would gossip about her behind her back? How long could she live peacefully? This marriage was bestowed by the Empress Dowager and decreed by the Emperor. Even Long Fei Yi couldn't chase her away without sufficient reasons, much less Grand Concubine Yi. Separate from the family? Hearing these words, Grand Concubine Yi gave a start. On one side, Murong Wanru was gaping as well. She never thought Han Yunxi would dare to say such things. Grand Concubine treasured the Duke of Qin as much as her own life. As soon as the late emperor passed away, she used the excuse of being bored in the palace to move to the Duke of Qin's estate. Han Yunxi, this outsider daughter-in-law, actually dared to say she wanted to separate from the family? Slap! With a loud crash, Grand Concubine lost all reason and slammed the table. Han Yunxi, what did you say just then? Explain it clearly to me. I said. If Mu Fei wants to separate from the family, then go talk to His Highness. Chenxia can't make the decision. Chenxia still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Han Yunxi said coldly before turning to leave. Rebellion, rebellion. Someone come, stop her for me. Grand Concubine raged. A few guards immediately stepped forward to stop her. Han Yunxi, you dare to talk to me about separating from the family? What right do you have to do that? Fei will never agree to it. You think too highly of yourself. Do you want to rebel? Grand Concubine raged. Mu Fei, I'm wrongly accused. Han Yunxi shouted. It's your idea to separate from the family, not mine. You can't wrong me like this. What? Grand Concubine Yi's heart felt stifled as she almost fainted. You woman, how can you lie through your teeth? When did I say anything? Mu Fei wants me to move out. Could it be that you want me to move out by myself? Won't the Duke of Qin come with me? Han Yunxi asked seriously. Grand Concubine grew agitated at these words and didn't know how to retort. Han Yunxi looked like she'd suddenly realized something as she exclaimed, Mu Fei, you don't really want me to move out by myself, do you? Mu Fei, ever since I married into the family, I've never been lecherous, respectful, talkative, thieving, jealous, or ill. I'm also doing my best to give His Highness an heir. Why do you want to chase me away? Han Yunxi really hadn't committed any of the 7 crimes of divorcing a wife, being childless, lecherous, talkative, thieving, jealous, and ill. Grand Concubine wanted to chase her away from the bottom of her heart. She was about to speak up when Murong Wanru rushed over to cut her off. Sister-in-law, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. You've really wronged Mu Fei. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, so why are you thinking so much? As she spoke, she shot a look at the fuming Grand Concubine and helped her sit down. Sister-in-law, Mu Fei's meaning is for you to stay in a courtyard in the suburbs for a few days. So many people have come to see you these past 2 days, so it's not good to take them all to the Duke of Qin's estate. It's also not good to refuse them all, is it? Murong Wanru offered Grand Concubine a cup of tea as she patted her chest. Mu Fei, don't be angry. How can sister-in-law set her heart at ease if you hurt your body? Sister-in-law has misunderstood your intentions. I'll talk to sister-in-law. She'll understand and agree for sure. Grand Concubine nodded. She'd weathered the winds and rains of the palace for so many years, so she wasn't the type to lose her cool. She'd already discussed this with Wanru to trick Han Yunxi into moving to another courtyard. Once she moved out, it'd be difficult to get her back. Still, Han Yunxi's mention of splitting up the family was enough to make her lose all reason. Fei was her only source of pride and support. He was her only hope for the rest of her life. No matter who it was, they shouldn't even think of kidnapping her son away. Han Yunxi looked at Murong Wanru with a cold smile in her heart. She had to praise this white lotus for being good with words. After pacifying Grand Concubine Murong Wanru pulled Han Yunxi to sit down on one side. Han Yunxi sat down as well. She only wanted to scare Grand Concubine a little, but she didn't really want to have a falling out with her. Arguing with the old and young was the stupidest thing to do. Even if you were reasonable and the other party was purposely making things difficult for you, in the end, they'd label you as unfilial and impolite. It'd all be your fault. Murong Wanru was patient enough to give Han Yunxi a cup of tea as well. Sister-in-law, calm down, calm down. Mu Fei's meaning is for you to stay in another courtyard for a few days first. You can treat patients while thinking of a countermeasure. I won't let you stay here forever as a doctor. What do you mean by separating the family? No wonder Mu Fei's angry. Even if Big Brother heard it, he'd get mad at you too. In the end, it became Han Yunxi's fault. Murong Bai Lianhua was really something. At this rate, was she supposed to apologize to Grand Concubine and accept their arrangements to stay in another courtyard? Murong Wanru had good methods, but Han Yunxi wasn't so easy to fool around with. She avoided the argument and got straight to the point. I saved the young general and princess because I just happened to know how to treat the poison in their bodies. I can't afford to wear the hat of a saintly and benevolent heart. I'll go clarify things right now. Han Yunshi rose to leave as she spoke. If someone cursed her as a good-for-nothing to her face, she'd definitely retort. But there was no need for her to let the world know she was a genius for no reason. Even the heavens were jealous of heroic talents, to say nothing of the masses. So be it. She didn't want to climb that high. Grand Concubine grew anxious again and raged. Stop right there. Aren't you just going to make a fool of yourself? Mu Fei, you couldn't have misunderstood as well, right? I'm not a doctor, so I don't know how to treat illnesses. I only dabble in detoxification, that's all. If you force me to treat someone and they die, wouldn't that be even more shameful? Han Yunshi said seriously. Both Grand Concubine and Murong Wanru were left speechless. Murong Wanru's eyes flashed with sinister hatred. She was the one who'd spread the rumors. First, she could use this chance to chase Han Yunshi out of the Duke of Qin's estate. Second, she could tamper with Han Yunshi's patience and pin the crime of causing someone's death. It was a plot to kill two birds with one stone, but Han Yunshi had broken through it with a few words. Murong Wanru couldn't accept it. She put on a helpless expression and gave a long sigh. Sister-in-law, medicine and poison aren't separated. You're too modest. With the rumors spreading like wildfire, if you go clarify things, people might think you're aloof and virtuous. There are still some nobles out there. With Big Brother here, we don't have to worry about offending them. It's just that. Murong Wanru trailed off as she trailed off. It's just what? Grand Concubine asked seriously. Murong Wanru glanced at Han Yunshi helplessly. It's just that sister-in-law still represents Big Brother. If you disappoint the people, I'm afraid it'll affect Big Brother's position in their hearts. That's the most important thing. Long Feiyi held a high position and power. Even the emperor had to yield to him, not only because of the power he held, but also because of the prestige he'd held in the hearts of Tianing's citizens. Murong Wanru's words had hit the nail on the head. Still, Han Yunshi was amused. Even if Murong Wanru hadn't brought up Long Feiyi, she would have. It was best to push this kind of trouble onto Long Feiyi. She said, Wanru's words are very true. I don't dare to make a decision on my own, either. It's better to discuss things with His Highness before making a decision. Grand Concubine had already given up hope that she couldn't force Han Yunshi to move out. Now that she mentioned Long Feiyi, she grew cautious. She didn't want to go for wool and come home shorn, which would affect her son's reputation. Someone go to the hibiscus courtyard and tell the Duke of Qin to hurry back. Just say I have urgent matters. Grand Concubine ordered. Seeing this, Murong Wanru took a deep breath. She knew she'd lost thoroughly. Chapter 50. Han Yunshi assumed that Long Fei wouldn't return so soon, but he didn't leave the house at all. He was still in the hibiscus courtyard, and as soon as a servant went to report his arrival, Long Fei arrived. As soon as that tall and proud figure appeared in the doorway, both Murong Wanru and the other servant girls flushed red. They were both nervous and excited, their hearts pounding wildly. They wanted to steal a glance at him, but didn't dare. He was dressed in loose white robes, his ink-black hair tied up with an ink-black jade hairpin. He looked like an emotionless immortal from the 9 heavens, handsome and extraordinary, aloof and otherworldly. Even Grand Concubine couldn't take her eyes off him. Having a son like this was the happiest thing in her life. But Han Yunshi only silently rolled her eyes. This fellow's attire made it obvious that he lived at home. Even as the true head of the house, he was still able to keep his composure despite such a big incident. She couldn't help but admire him. Grand Concubine happily pulled Long Feiyi to sit on the couch and told him the story with embellishments. She made it sound like Han Yunshi was the one who'd provoked them. Han Yunshi looked down and thought to herself, Long Feiyi, if you don't take care of this, I won't make house calls next time even if it's 3,000 taels. But she'd hardly thought this when Long Fei Yi tossed her a cold question. Han Yunshi, how do you think we should handle this? Chen Xie is slow-witted. May your highness make the decision. Han Yunshi was very humble. If you're slow-witted, then think it over carefully, Long Fei Yi said next. Han Yunshi steeled her heart and said, as Chen Xie sees it, a clarification is necessary. The key is how and who will do it. Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru didn't take her words to heart, but Long Fei Yi nodded and indicated for her to continue. Seeing this, both mother and daughter looked over in disbelief. Han Yunshi said seriously, in this concubine's humble opinion, it would be most convincing if Imperial Concubine Mother came forward to clarify the matter. After all, Imperial Concubine Mother was the one who rejected them previously. Moreover, there was no lack of nobles who came to seek medical treatment. Even if his mother were to appear, they would not dare to have any objections. As for the commoners, this concubine suggests that Imperial Concubine Mother give each of them a sum of money to treat their illness so that they can find another famous doctor. Firstly, it will show Imperial Concubine Mother's benevolence, and secondly, it will not give people a reason to gossip. She actually wanted Grand Concubine Yi to solve the problem herself? Murong Wanru covered her mouth in disbelief. She thought, Han Yunshi, you're indulging in the wildest fantasies. Just wait to be humiliated. I'm showing myself? Grand Concubine Yi was a little unhappy. Han Yunshi added, Mu Fei, you're the most suitable person to represent His Highness. As she spoke, she looked at Long Fei Yi. Your Highness, don't you agree? This guy was supposed to be her backer, but Han Yunshi was forcing him to open his mouth. Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed with unnoticed admiration before he nodded openly. Although Grand Concubine Yi doted on her son, he had never been close to her. Now that he was older, they were even less close. Especially in the past few years, it was rare for them to have a proper conversation and eat a meal together. Seeing her son nod, Grand Concubine Yi felt as sweet as honey in her heart. She didn't bother arguing with Han Yunshi anymore. All right. Someone come, prepare the silver. I'll go take care of things right now. Grand Concubine Yi was about to leave when she turned back. Fei, just eat dinner at my place. It's been a long time since you ate with Mu Fei. She didn't wait for Long Fei Yi to reply, but quickly ordered Murong Wanru to take care of things. Murong Wanru wanted to stay a bit longer, but had no choice but to leave unwillingly. After everyone left, only Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi were left in the guest hall. Han Yunshi silently exhaled in relief. This calamity had finally passed. The person who spread the rumors better not let her find out, or else don't blame her poison doctor for turning into a poison hand. She stole a glance at Long Fei Yi. Whether it was using this guy's name to intimidate others, or inviting him out in person, it was all very useful. While Han Yunshi was laughing up her sleeve, Long Fei Yi said mildly, You've improved, what? Han Yunshi didn't hear him clearly. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi wasn't planning to say it a second time. He stood up and walked towards the door, his back cold and lonely. Han Yunshi felt like he was right in front of her eyes, but also far away on the horizon. She chased after him and stood by the door, shouting, Hey, I sent that cloak to your study. Did you see it? Han Yunshi assumed that this guy would ignore her, but he actually turned around and nodded his head. Han Yunshi gave a start before saying, Oh. She didn't know why, but she suddenly broke into a silly smile. A moment later, Long Fei Yi was long gone before Han Yunshi realized that something was off. Didn't Grand Concubine Yi want him to stay for dinner? He actually left without a word? Han Yunshi coughed lightly a few times. Seeing that no one was around, she hastily slipped out the door. Grand Concubine Yi hadn't asked her to stay, so what was she waiting for now that Long Fei Yi was gone? Letting Grand Concubine Yi stand her up was purely Long Fei Yi's business. By the time Han Yunshi slipped back to the hibiscus courtyard, The lights in Long Fei's quarters were already on. That meant he was inside. Would this guy be spending the night in his quarters tonight? How many days had he been back? Where did he spend his nights outside? How did he do it? Han Yunxi thought of a bunch of questions before realizing that she was bored. Why was she so curious about these things? He had his territory, she had her leisurely cloud pavilion. Well, water didn't interfere with river water. She shrugged her shoulders and turned to head for the leisurely cloud pavilion. Chen Xiang had already prepared a fragrant meal for her. As soon as she reached the door, Han Yunxi could smell the blissful scent of food. But she'd hardly stepped through the doors when an attendant reported from behind her. Esteemed Wang Fei, Grand Concubine, he wants you to come over immediately. Han Yunxi exhaled and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" This subordinate isn't clear. Grand Concubine, he has also summoned His Highness. I don't think it's a small matter, the attendant replied honestly. Han Yunxi didn't think much of it. What could Grand Concubine possibly want? She didn't even need to mention the trouble at the door. Grand Concubine had the intelligence and wisdom to deal with it herself. Even Long Fei had been summoned. It looked like it had to be a matter of letting Grand Concubine stand her up. Right away, Han Yunxi said mildly. As soon as the attendant left, she continued through the doors. She wanted to eat a few mouthfuls to fill her stomach before going over. She'd definitely go hungry at a family banquet. Han Yunxi had arrived late, but things had gone completely beyond her expectations. Long Fei had arrived long ago, but there was an extra person in Grand Concubine Yi's guest hall. Tianing Country's Emperor Tianhui's personal eunuch, Eunuch Shui. Everyone looked towards Han Yunxi as soon as they entered, making the already restless Han Yunxi even more nervous. The eunuch by the emperor's side came to visit. No matter what it was related to the emperor. Seeing Grand Concubine and Long Fei's expressions, Han Yunxi's heart grew uneasy. Nothing good could come of this. This servant, Shui Guiping, pays respects to esteemed Wang Fei. Eunuch Shui's face was all smiles as he spoke in a strange tone. Eunuch Shui must take offense. You may rise, Han Yunxi said politely. Eunuch Shui wasn't any ordinary servant. Eunuch Shui, have a seat, Grand Concubine, he said. Since Grand Concubine had spoken, Eunuch Shui didn't stand on ceremony and sat down on one side. Seeing this, Han Yunxi found a seat by Long Fei's side and sat down as well. Yunxi, explain to Eunuch Shui yourself. You don't have any medical skills, only detoxification. Otherwise, Eunuch Shui won't be able to report back, Grand Concubine, he said calmly. At these words, Han Yunxi's heart almost stopped. Could it be that the emperor heard the rumors and wanted to find her to treat his illness as well? Though her heart was flustered, Han Yunxi remained calm on the surface. Eunuch Shui, what's going on? To reply, esteemed Wang Fei, the emperor heard that your medical skills are exceptional and can treat illnesses that imperial physician Gu and divine Dr. Han couldn't. That's why he had this old servant invite you into the palace to take His Highness Crown Prince's pulse, Eunuch Shui said politely. Han Yunxi's mouth twitched. Take his pulse. These 3 words were said so lightly. The Crown Prince was the Empress and Empress Dowager's treasure. He was the heir apparent that the Emperor had raised with his own hands, but 7 years ago he'd contracted a strange illness. Han Kongan had volunteered to treat him, but after 7 years of treatment, he still hadn't been able to diagnose the cause. Han Kongan had spent a great deal of effort and owed many favors, seeking out many directors of the medical academy for consultation, but none of them had been able to cure him. There were plenty of incurable illnesses in the world, but Han Kongan had taken the Crown Prince's pulse as one of pregnancy. How could a grown man have a pulse of pregnancy? Everyone thought it was a misdiagnosis, but the directors of the medical academy all agreed that it was a pulse of pregnancy. This made the Empress Dowager furious. Because of this, she bore a grudge against the Han family. She even ignored Lady Tianxin's life-saving grace and wanted to kill Han Kongan multiple times. Naturally, this matter was kept a secret. Only the Emperor, Empress Dowager, Empress, the Duke of Qin, Han Kongan, Imperial Physician Gu, and a few directors of the Medical Academy knew. Everyone else only knew that the Crown Prince had contracted a strange illness. As for what it was, that was nothing but rumors. The directors of the Medical Academy left, but Han Kongan suffered a tragedy. In fact, the Medical Academy's directors had already consulted, but there were no results. The Empress Dowager and Emperor knew that even if they invited others, there wouldn't be any results. Thus, they let Han Kongan continue the treatment to prevent the matter from leaking out. From then on, all the anger was placed on Han Kongan alone. Han Yunxi knew this from the original owner's memory. The original owner had accidentally overheard it. Now, the Emperor actually wanted her to take the pulse? Could it be that he wanted her daughter to take over her father's business and replace Han Kongan? Eunuch Shui, it's a big misunderstanding. Han Yunxi suddenly stood up with an anxious face. Eunuch Shui, although the Han family is a medical family, I was born slow-witted and don't have any medical skills. This is something that everyone knows. Your Majesty, did you hear the rumors outside and misunderstand me? Eunuch Shui smiled. Wang Fei Nyang Nyang is really modest. As the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Wang Fei Nyang Nyang must have the ability for the people outside to spread such rumors. It's a misunderstanding. My Mufei just went out to clarify it. Han Yunxi wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Who knew that Eunuch Shui would say, Wang Fei Nyang Nyang, even if the rumors outside are a misunderstanding, can the truth be trusted? The Emperor has heard about the young general's matter and Princess Changping's matter. Imperial Physician Gu and Divine Dr. Han both examined the young general and Princess Changping's illness, but they couldn't see the cause. You cured the illness in half a day. When the Emperor heard this, his imperial countenance was filled with joy and praised you for surpassing your master. You're just like your mother, Lady Tianxin, in the past. Eunuch Shui was overjoyed as he spoke, but Han Yunxi's heart was broken. Wang Fei Nyang Nyang, this time it was the Empress who personally recommended you. Wang Fei Nyang Nyang really hid her strength well. If you continue to be modest, be careful of the imperial countenance becoming angry. Eunuch Shui said half-jokingly. The Empress? What was called flattery to death? This was true flattery to death. What did the rumors outside count for? Han Yunxi sat back down, finally understanding. She inadvertently glanced at Grand Concubine Yi's face and saw the mocking smile on her lip. She seemed to be waiting to see a good show. By her side, Murong Wanru looked sympathetic, but her eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Chapter 51. Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru were both eager for Han Yunxi to disappoint the Emperor and be severely punished. It'd be best if she was crippled so she never came back. Murong Wanru, in particular, was the one who'd spread the rumors this time. Her original plan was to chase Han Yunxi out of the Duke of Qin's estate, but it ended up alarming the Emperor instead. It was best if the Emperor came to deal with this woman. The Emperor had forced Long Fei Yi to marry her, so he personally crippled her. What could be more satisfying than that? Han Yunxi couldn't help but glance towards Long Fei Yi, only to see him as lofty and aloof as ever. His expression was cold and distant, making him seem frighteningly unfamiliar. In his heart, he was probably rejoicing in her misfortune as well. He'd love to get rid of her official consort title as well. Esteemed Wang Fei, it's too late today. His Majesty had this servant come to say hello and have you rest well. Tomorrow morning, this servant will come to pick you up. Eunuch Shui stood up as he spoke. Grand Concubine Yi hastened to follow suit. Eunuch Shui, it's rare for you to come back. Have a meal before you leave. Many thanks for esteemed Wang Fei's good intentions, but this old servant still has to return to report. Esteemed Wang Fei, Your Highness Duke of Qin, farewell. Eunuch Shui didn't forget to remind Han Yunshi, esteemed Wang Fei, don't delay tomorrow morning. His Majesty wants to see you after morning court. I'll remember. Take care, Eunuch Shui. Han Yunshi was natural and unrestrained, a smile on her face. But her heart was cold. A man with a pregnancy pulse? Leaving aside the ancient times, this was a strange story even in modern times. She might even be able to treat serious illnesses, to say nothing of a strange ailment. Han Yunshi could ignore the rumors outside, but she couldn't ignore the Emperor's expectations. Judging from Eunuch Shui's words, Emperor Tianhui had high hopes for her medical skills. If she refused, she'd be giving him no face. But if she didn't refuse and couldn't treat him, then the Emperor's mood would dictate the outcome. Supposedly, Emperor Tianhui had a bad temper. The Empress had even added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. If she couldn't treat him, then the consequences would be obvious. After sending Imperial Physician Shui Wei, Grand Concubine Yi acted as if nothing had happened as she urged, Wanru, hurry and call for the meal. Your big brother must be hungry. She was in a good mood as she glanced at Han Yunshi. It was rare for her to be so good-natured. Yunshi, you should eat at Mufei's place too. Once you're full, go back and sleep. You mustn't wake up late tomorrow morning. Although Han Yunshi's heart had turned cold, she still smiled and nodded. Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru wanted to laugh at her, right? She wouldn't let them. At the table, Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru were both attentive. They kept giving Long Fei Yi food and soup, but Long Fei Yi didn't eat much. He didn't say a word from beginning to end. Han Yunshi, who was completely ignored, lowered her eyes and focused on eating and drinking soup. Forget it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, I can't avoid it. I'll just play it by ear tomorrow. Han Yunshi ate and drank well. She thought she'd be able to sleep well, too, but she tossed and turned all night. She simply got up and wrapped herself in a blanket to lean against the window and stare blankly. But by chance, she discovered that the lights in Long Fei Ye's quarters were still on. It's so late, but that guy's still awake? Why can't he sleep? She didn't know why, but his words suddenly popped up in her head. With your lordship here, I won't allow you to be afraid. In a flash, Han Yunshi had an impulse to run over and ask him if he could accompany her one more time, like last time when she went to the palace to pay her respects. But when she recalled his icy silence, her bright eyes dimmed. Forget it. Taking a deep breath, Han Yunshi shut the window and told herself that it's no big deal. Don't be afraid. Even though she didn't sleep all night, Han Yunshi still got up very early the next morning. She had little Chern Xiang dress her up meticulously, making her look especially spirited. Since it was something she couldn't avoid, then she'd face it head-on. Han Yunshi told herself that she had to not only do it bravely, but work hard to do it well. Eunuch Shui came to welcome her, as did Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru. On one hand, they were giving Eunuch Shui face. On the other hand, they were here to see her make a fool of herself. Seeing them smile at her, Han Yunshi looked even prettier. She was the type of person who wouldn't shed a tear even if she saw a coffin, so how could they laugh at her? Before boarding the carriage, Han Yunshi glanced back, but didn't see any sign of Long Fei Yi. By the time she left the hibiscus courtyard, the lights in his quarters had long been extinguished and the doors shut. He was still asleep, so he wouldn't come. By the time they reached the palace, Emperor Tianhui had already left court and was waiting in the imperial study. The long corridor leading to the study was more serene than any other place in the palace. Before long, one could see court ladies and eunuchs standing on either side of the corridor, unmoving like statues. Amidst the silence, Han Yunshi and Eunuch Shui's footsteps were especially obvious. Esteemed Wang Fei, walk faster. His Majesty hates waiting for people, Eunuch Shui urged in a low voice. Even in the corridor, he spoke very carefully. Such a solemn atmosphere made the already apprehensive Han Yunshi even more nervous. From what she understood, Emperor Tianhui could be considered half a tyrant with a violent temper. When he killed someone, he didn't even crease an eyebrow. Soon enough, they arrived at the imperial study. Eunuch Shui stopped outside the door and murmured, "Esteemed Wang Fei, you can go in by yourself." Even Eunuch Shui didn't have the right to know about the crown prince's affairs, so he was very self-aware. Before Han Yunshi could react, he raised his voice and shouted, reporting, "Qin Wang Fei has arrived." At these words, Han Yunshi had no choice but to hurry inside. This was her first time here, so she only felt that the atmosphere was frighteningly solemn. She didn't know any etiquette, nor did she know where to go, so she simply walked straight ahead. But this place was damned silent, many times quieter than outside. It made her feel like her footsteps were guilty. Finally, Han Yunshi saw a large curtain of beads in front of her. She could faintly make out a person standing by a desk inside. Was Emperor Tianhui there? Han Yunshi's heart skipped a beat. She clenched her fists before walking in with her head bowed. She carefully lifted a corner of the bead curtain, only to be met with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Instantly, Han Yunshi felt murderous intent rising from all sides. "You're Qin Wang Fei, Han Yunshi?" Emperor Tianhui's voice was cold. He was in his 40s and had a goatee. His face was as cold as the king of hell, imposing without being angry. Unlike Long Fei Ye's coldness, which was cold and detached, Long Fei Ye's coldness was aloof, emotionless, and lofty. Emperor Tianhui's coldness was stern and fiendish. Han Yunshi might have been nervous, but she was still able to keep her composure. She gracefully bowed in greeting. "To reply, Your Majesty, Chenxie is Qin Wang Fei, Han Yunshi." But Emperor Tianhui suddenly said sternly, "Who allowed you to come in so casually? Who allowed you to come in?" At these words, Han Yunshi froze in place. She was a transmigrator who only knew basic etiquette. How could she know the many rules of the imperial study? Moreover, hadn't Eunuch Shui just announced her arrival and told her to come in? Han Yunshi bowed, unable to figure out where she'd gone wrong. For a moment, she didn't know whether to answer or stay silent. Although she was designated as Qin Wang Fei, in the emperor's eyes, Han Yunshi was nothing more than a lowly commoner. Just as Han Yunshi was feeling awkward, a familiar voice spoke up from the side. "Imperial brother, she's an uneducated woman to begin with. There's no need to bicker with her. Proper business is more important." The deep voice carried its own magnetism, cold enough to make one shiver. Although it was full of ridicule, Han Yunshi felt an inexplicable warmth in her ears. "It's him, Long Fei Yi." She unconsciously raised her head and looked towards the source of the voice, only to see Long Fei Yi dressed in brocade palace robes. He was handsome and noble as he sat at a tea table on the side, slowly sipping from a steaming cup of hot tea. This guy actually came, and even arrived before her. Seeing him sitting there so calm and composed, Han Yunshi felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She inexplicably exhaled in relief. Did he come because of her? A wild hope rose in Han Yunshi's heart that even she hadn't thought of. Without a doubt, Long Fei Ye's words carried weight. Emperor Tianhui looked over without a word, but waved a hand to indicate that Han Yunshi should rise. It was a long time later that Han Yunshi found out that even the Empress had to bow outside the beaded curtains when she came to the imperial study. She could only enter the inner chambers with the Emperor's permission. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Han Yunshi rose to her feet, sneaking a grateful glance towards Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't look at her. Although she was his younger sister-in-law, there was still a difference between monarch and subject. Moreover, she couldn't enter the emperor's eyes at all. Long Fei Yi could sit, but Han Yunshi could only stand. Zhen heard the empress say that Mu Qingwu was in a coma and Chongping had moss. All the doctors were helpless, but you cured them with a single prescription? Emperor Tianhui got straight to the point, looking disdainfully at Han Yunshi from above. He didn't see her as his younger sister-in-law at all. "To reply, Your Majesty, there really is such a thing. But strictly speaking, the young general and Princess Chongping weren't sick, but poisoned." Chinxia knows how to treat poisons, not treat illnesses. No matter what, Han Yunshi had to tell the truth. She could try to see the crown prince, but she had to be honest before that. But the emperor only said, "Medicine and poison are one family. Zhen heard your mother say in the past that all illnesses are caused by poisons. Do you understand this logic?" Cough, cough, Han Yunshi almost choked on her own saliva. She wasn't sure if Lady Tianxin had said those words, but she had to admit that they were too far-fetched. If one looked at it from the perspective of Western medicine, all the lesions were really caused by the virus. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case for her. Poisons and viruses were two different concepts. She could mostly treat poisons that existed naturally in plants and animals, as well as man-made poisons. Leaving that aside, Emperor Tianhui's words put Han Yunshi in a difficult position. She couldn't deny her mother's words, but she couldn't explain it enough for Emperor Tianhui to understand the subtleties. Han Yunshi thought it over before replying modestly, "Medicine and poisons are one family. That's the highest realm for both doctors and poisons. Yunshi has only learned the superficial knowledge of mother's skills." No wonder the Empress said you were modest. Even your father and Gu Beiwei couldn't treat illnesses, yet you treated them as easily as turning over your hand. If this counts as superficial knowledge, then wouldn't your father and Gu Beiwei be good-for-nothings? Emperor Tianhui asked sternly. To reply, Your Majesty, Divine Dr. Han Yunshi and Imperial Physician Gu know how to treat illnesses, while Yunshi knows how to treat poisons. These are two different matters that can't be compared, Han Yunshi explained as before. Who knew that the emperor was impatient and unhappily said, "Qin Wangfei, Zhen summoned you here to treat an illness, not to be modest. Zhen still hopes that you can cure the crown prince with a bowl of medicine. Are you going to keep hiding your skills?" Han Yunshi's heart thumped at these words. Heaven knows how the empress had whispered pillow talk to make the emperor believe so strongly in her medical skills. Chapter 52. Faced with Emperor Tianhui's impatience, Han Yunshi knew that any further explanation would only turn into an argument. Did she not want her head anymore? She couldn't help but steal a glance at Long Feiyi. This guy knew she only knew how to treat poisons, so he should at least speak up for her. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi was still leisurely brewing tea and didn't pay any attention to her side. Han Yunshi's lips curved up in self-mockery. She was overthinking things. How could this guy help her? He probably had nothing better to do, so he came to watch. If she couldn't explain herself, then she wouldn't. Han Yunshi wanted to do her best to treat him. Even if she couldn't, the emperor couldn't kill her, right? Your Majesty, since you've summoned Yunshi to treat his illness, then let Yunshi take a look at His Highness Crown Prince's pulse first, she said seriously. Emperor Tianhui had been waiting for her to say exactly that. Han Yunshi, don't disappoint Jin. Han Yunshi did her best to bear the pressure and soon arrived at the Eastern Palace with the Emperor and Duke of Qin. As soon as they reached the gates, they saw that the place was heavily guarded. Many people knew that the Crown Prince had contracted a strange illness, but the exact nature of the illness was a huge secret. Han Yunshi only knew that it was a pregnancy pulse. She had no idea what the Crown Prince's current condition was or whether he'd changed over the years. She only knew that the Crown Prince hadn't left the Eastern Palace since his illness began 7 years ago. The Crown Prince had been intelligent since childhood and was the Empress's eldest son. He had a noble status and was doted on by the Emperor. Since he was 3 years old, Emperor Tianhui had spent a lot of effort to cultivate him. But in the end, he'd contracted a strange illness. If it couldn't be cured, Emperor Tianhui would have no choice but to reconsider the heir apparent. Once that happened, not only would it take time and effort, but it would also incite internal strife within the court. The princes would even kill each other. Tianing country was still developing, so internal strife was the last thing Emperor Tianhui wanted to see. Thus, he hadn't given up on the Crown Prince even after 7 years of illness. Even when the Crown Prince was confined to bed, He still paid attention to court affairs daily and knew everything like the back of his hand. Walking into the Eastern Palace, Han Yunshi's heart sank when she saw that the security was even tighter than the one outside. She couldn't help but consider a problem. The Crown Prince wasn't suffering from any other strange illness, but a pregnancy pulse that he was ashamed to speak of. In a way, this was a disgrace to Tianning's imperial clan. It could even be seen as a sign of disaster. Once the emperor finally gave up on the Crown Prince, would anyone who knew about the Crown Prince's strange illness still be alive? Han Kongan, Gu Beiwei and her, who was about to meet the Crown Prince. Although she was Qin Wangfei, the emperor's attitude just now clearly showed that he didn't treat her as a member of the imperial family. The entire journey was silent. When they arrived at the bedchamber, they saw that the Empress Dowager and the Empress had already arrived. However, Han Kongan and Gu Beiwei did not come. Han Yunshi originally thought that they would also come. It looked like Emperor Tianhui had long decided to let her pick the Great Liang. Through the beaded curtain, she could vaguely see that the bed in the inner room was covered by a gauze curtain. The Crown Prince should be lying on the bed. At this distance, the detox system would warn her if there was any poison. Han Yunshi didn't hear the warning, but she still held onto a sliver of hope. She'd do a full body scan when she got closer to be certain. As soon as she saw Han Yunshi enter, the Empress Dowager was very affectionate. She took her hand tightly, her face full of emotion, as if she hadn't been the one to issue the arrest warrant for Heizei of the North Court. Yunshi, you've really surprised me. I thought that after your mother left, my lucky star had left as well. I never thought that you'd inherit your mother's medical skills. Good, very good. Even the Emperor had no effect explaining things, much less this mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, Han Yunshi didn't believe that they were sincere in wanting her to save the Crown Prince. They just wanted to toss this hot potato from Han Kongan's hands to her. Then they'd have another excuse to punish her for her crimes. Han Yunshi was too lazy to explain, so she only smiled. I'm not clear on the specifics either. I'll do my best. At this moment, the Empress came forward as well, taking Han Yunshi's other hand as if she was very familiar with her. Yunshi, don't be modest. I won't allow you to fail to cure him. If even you can't cure him, then… As the Empress spoke, she took out a handkerchief to cover her face and began to sob. Seeing this, the Emperor's eyes flashed with impatience. All right. Qin Wangfei, come inside with Zhen. Yes. Han Yunshi nodded. Seeing that the Empress Dowager and Empress had no plans to enter, she assumed that the Long Fei Yi wouldn't enter either. But who knew that this silent fellow actually walked in front of her? He didn't say a single word on her behalf. At this moment, Han Yunshi found this fellow to be a bit of an eyesore. Han Yunshi took a deep breath and strode into the inner rooms. Inside, she could faintly make out the person on the bed. That person was covered with blankets as he lay on his back. His features couldn't be seen clearly, but Han Yunshi knew he was awake. This was Tianning Country's Crown Prince, Long Tianma. Han Yunshi was staring when Long Tianma said, Tianma is unable to get off the bed to pay respects. Imperial Father, please forgive me. Imperial Qin Uncle, please forgive me. Han Yunshi's heart gave a slight start. She thought that Long Tianma would give up on himself and have a bad temper. She didn't expect him to have such courtesy. Although his voice sounded weak, it didn't have the dispirited air of someone who'd been ill for a long time. 7 years, 7 whole years. After suffering from such a shameful illness, it was excusable if he didn't speak or chased people out. Just how strong was this man's mental fortitude? No wonder Emperor Tianhui thought so highly of him and still hadn't given up on him. As a doctor, the sensitive Han Yunshi immediately smelled his strong will to live. Leaving aside everything else, Han Yunshi admired patience like this. But this fellow had completely ignored her. For better or for worse, she was still his imperial aunt. All right, Han Yunshi admitted that she couldn't admire him. Separated by the gauze curtains, Han Yunshi sat down by the bed and said mildly, "Your hand." After a while, Long Tianma extended his hand without a word. It was obvious that he was unhappy and didn't trust Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi really wanted to tell him that she was even more unhappy than he was, but Han Yunshi abandoned all distracting thoughts after putting her hand on his. She became serious. Following that, Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma fell silent as well, feeling a little nervous. Only Long Feiyi sat on one side, studying Han Yunshi's small face. It was unclear what he was looking at. Han Yunshi didn't take his pulse immediately, but activated her scanning system to do a deeper examination. Unfortunately, the results disappointed her. She still couldn't find any poison. Gathering her thoughts, she began to take his pulse seriously. Although she was a doctor of poisons, she still knew how to diagnose patients. She just wasn't proficient in it. Taking one's pulse was both the simplest and the most difficult. As soon as she touched Long Tianma's pulse, she had a rough idea of what was going on, but didn't dare to be careless. At first glance, it really did look like a pregnancy pulse. Strictly speaking, a pregnancy pulse wasn't a type of pulse. It was a special case of a slippery pulse that only applied to women. In traditional Chinese medicine, a pregnant woman's pulse was called a pregnancy pulse. If the woman didn't have her period, had no symptoms, and had a slippery pulse, then it was time to consider whether she was pregnant or not. A slippery pulse meant that the pulse was smooth, floating, solid, and smooth. If there was anemia, rheumatism, acute infection, fever, acute or chronic gastroenteritis, cirrhosis, ascites, and other symptoms, a slippery pulse would also appear. Han Yunshi felt a slippery pulse. Judging from the pulse, Long Tianma's body didn't have any symptoms. For a moment, Han Yunshi was at a loss. What kind of pulse should this be? Han Kongan and the Medical Academy's highly respected directors had all classified this as a pregnancy pulse. But what about her? The ancients didn't understand basic common sense, but she did. How could a man give birth to a child without a vagina or a uterus? Although there were plenty of medical theories in modern times that suggested the miracle of a man giving birth through surgery, those were all theories. Moreover, it still required surgery. What was Long Tianma's pulse? It could only be described as a slippery pulse without any symptoms. Thinking up to here, Han Yunshi released Long Tianma's hand. Seeing this, Emperor Tianhui hastily asked, "How is it? Your Majesty, can you invite Imperial Physician Gu over?" Han Yunshi asked seriously. She'd have to consult Gu Beiyue about this pulse. Hearing Han Yunshi's words, Emperor Tianhui's expression turned ghastly. "Gu Beiyue's already taken a look? He can't help it. Just what did you see?" Han Yunshi wasn't afraid, but told him the truth. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's pulse is slippery. For the time being, Yunshi can't confirm the specifics. We need to do a further examination. I need Imperial Physician Gu's help." "Isn't it a pregnancy pulse?" The Emperor was stunned. Long Feiyi looked over as well, astonished. At this moment, the Empress Dowager and Empress rushed in at the same time. "Isn't it a pregnancy pulse? Is it really not? Yunshi, what is it then? Hurry and tell us." "Yunshi, I knew you wouldn't disappoint His Majesty. Hurry and tell us what's going on." The Empress Dowager and Empress were both moved. For a second, Han Yunshi almost believed that they were sincere. But it was at this moment that Long Tianma suddenly lifted the covers and pointed at his stomach, mocking, "Qin Wangfei, you said it's not a pregnancy pulse. Then what is it?" Even through the muslin curtains, Han Yunshi could see it clearly. Heavens! Long Tianma's stomach was very, very big. It looked like he'd been pregnant for 7 months. This, Han Yunshi seemed to think of something as her face turned ghastly white. She knew now, things were troublesome. Very troublesome. She can't even read the pulse. "Imperial Father, Aken refuses to let her treat me." Long Tianma's tone was extremely cold. He was already sick of Han Kongan, so how could he still trust his trash of a daughter? Even if Han Yunxi was Qin Wangfei, even if Imperial Uncle Qin, who he feared the most, was present, he wouldn't be polite. He knew that Imperial Uncle Qin would never take a fancy to this woman. Did you read the wrong pulse? The Empress Dowager was extremely disappointed. I thought there'd be a miracle. Yunxi, so you didn't even see Tianma's stomach. I thought you, say you can't even read the pulse. How are you going to save him? The Empress sighed. Long Tianma covered himself with the covers again, and simply turned his back to them. Seeing this, Emperor Tianhui's eyebrows furrowed. He glared at Han Yunxi and said coldly, fishing for fame, deceiving the world to gain fame. You and your father, you too, someone come, take them out and give them 30 floggings. The Empress Dowager and Empress exchanged glances and tacitly smiled coldly. Long Feiyi remained seated the entire time, coldly staring at Han Yunxi. It was as if this woman wasn't his Wang Fei, and had nothing to do with him. The Empress Dowager and Empress were waiting for Han Yunxi to beg for mercy. They were waiting to hit her while she was down and pin the crime of deceiving the monarch on her. Unexpectedly, Han Yunxi's eyes flashed with anger. She actually glared angrily at Emperor Tianhui without backing down. She clenched her fists, her petite frame seeming to contain a hidden strength that could explode at any moment. This woman, what does she want to do? Does she know what she's doing right now? Emperor Tianhui widened his eyes in disbelief. This was the first time someone had dared to glare at him like this. Chapter 53. Han Yunxi was infuriated. She understood that the Tao didn't pass on the scriptures, while doctors didn't knock on the door. It was clearly Emperor Tianhui who summoned her to treat him, so why did it sound like she'd come to cheat him? Since when had she been angling for fame? Since when had she gained fame by deceiving the world? Weren't the rumors spread by people with ulterior motives? The two eunuchs on the side who were about to step forward were frightened by the sight and didn't dare to move. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager and Empress exchanged looks of disbelief. Wasn't this girl too bold? She dared to be so impudent in front of the emperor? Still, Long Feiye's lips drew up into a beautiful curve. In the silence, Han Yunxi spoke up coldly, word for word. Your Majesty, I don't care who diagnosed the pregnancy pulse. I'll say it again, the Crown Prince's pulse is slippery, not pregnant. If you called me here just to verify someone else's diagnosis, then you've found the wrong person. Emperor Tianhui was left speechless by her words. A pregnancy pulse was something that had been determined long ago. He'd invited Han Yunxi here so she could treat this illness. That was because Han Kongan had prescribed abortion pills after the Crown Prince's stomach grew bigger. Unfortunately, none of them had any effect. Han Kongan didn't know where to start, so he could only take the Crown Prince's pulse every day and have him drink medicine to nourish his body. Emperor Tianhui couldn't help but worry that the Crown Prince would really give birth to a child one day. Unexpectedly, Han Yunxi's diagnosis wasn't a pregnancy pulse. Seeing that Emperor Tianhui was still angry, Han Yunxi continued, Your Majesty, it's impossible for a man to get pregnant. Yunxi dares to guarantee with my life that His Highness Crown Prince doesn't have a pregnancy pulse. The focus of the illness can only be in His Highness's stomach, which should be a giant sarcoma. That's why it looks like a fetus and has such a slippery pulse. If we don't treat it now, it'll endanger the Crown Prince's life if the sarcoma continues to grow. Everyone present was stunned by her words. This woman could still say so much with such self-assurance? Han Kongan had treated her for 7 years and was completely sure that it was a pregnancy pulse and that there was a fetus in her belly. Han Yunxi, oh Han Yunxi, how could she say that it was just a lesion in her belly? Long Tianma turned around abruptly. He had to admit that even though he didn't have any hope for Han Yunxi, his eyes couldn't help but light up with hope when he heard the diagnosis. If it wasn't a pregnancy pulse, but a strange disease, a sarcoma like Han Yunxi said, then his whole life could be turned around. One had to know that if it was confirmed to be a pregnancy pulse, even if it was cured, it would be a big stain in his life. Once it was exposed, he would be ridiculed by the world. If it was a malignant tumor, then it would be perfectly normal. He would not spend so much effort to guard against the spying and investigation of the other princes. Looking at the stubborn Han Yunshi, Long Tianma suddenly had an impulse to believe her. Meanwhile, the Empress had a complicated expression on her face. Of course she wanted her son to be fine. He was her everything. But she still couldn't completely trust Han Yunshi, much less hope that Han Yunshi would succeed in this matter. Yunshi, but your father has been taking the Crown Prince's pulse every day for 7 years. It can't be that he's always been wrong, right? The Empress asked worriedly. These words not only reminded Han Yunshi, but Emperor Tianhui and the Crown Prince as well, thoroughly shattering their hope. A trifling pulse was easy enough for an ordinary doctor, much less Han Kongan. A complicated look flitted past Han Yunshi's eyes, but her attitude was still firm. It's his fault. This, Yunshi, why don't you stay here for a few days and observe a bit more? The Empress probed. I'm 100% certain that he's mistaken. Han Yunshi's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with unquestionable authority. Seeing her serious and resolute expression, even the Empress wavered. At this moment, Long Tianma spoke up. Imperial Father, summon Han Kongan to confront her. Emperor Tianhui hesitated before agreeing. Someone come, summon Han Kongan here. While they waited, the room was silent. Everyone looked at Han Yunshi with doubtful and expectant gazes. As a doctor, Han Yunshi was used to such looks. As if no one else was present, she sat quietly on one side, her mind doing its best to search for similar cases she'd heard of before. The Crown Prince's illness was indeed very strange, but it did not mean that there was no precedent. In her memory, she had heard of similar cases when she was in school. There were no more than 100 similar cases recorded in the modern medical history of the world. It could be said that it was very rare. She had her suspicions when she took his pulse, but after seeing the Crown Prince's big belly, she was more or less certain. Sarcoma and whatnot were just excuses. As for what illness it was, she knew she couldn't say it out loud. Once she did, she'd definitely lose her life. Her current problem was how to deny Han Kongan's diagnosis. Soon enough, Han Kongan arrived. He was in his 50s and sported a white goatee. He was dressed in long, gray robes. Although he tried to keep a low profile in the palace, it was difficult to hide the dignity and bearing of a clan head. This was Han Yunshi's first time seeing her father since transmigrating to this world. After Han Kongan entered, he greeted each and every one of them. Even when facing Han Yunshi, he still bowed respectfully and called her Qin Wangfei. Han Yunshi's tone was cold as she said, "Dispense with the formalities." Towards this father of hers, she not only felt unfamiliar, but also hatred. Han Yunshi hated men who were jealous of women the most in her life, but Han Kongan was such a person. Why had Lady Tianxin died in childbirth back then? Why had she been born an ugly girl with the most common poison scars growing up? Why hadn't a doctor from a distinguished medical family treated her? Han Yunshi would find answers to these questions sooner or later. The Empress couldn't wait to speak up. Han Kongan, Qin Wangfei has determined that the Crown Prince's stomach is a malignant tumor. What do you think? Han Kongan originally thought that Han Yunshi would be helpless against such a strange illness, which was why Emperor Tianhui had summoned him. But who knew this was the case? He looked at Han Yunshi in disbelief. This damned girl was too daring. Even if she studied the medical books left behind by her mother, they were only about detoxification technique. She actually dared to make such a diagnosis? Han Kongan shook his head. Qin Wangfei, do you have proof for the malignant tumor? Then do you have proof for the fetus? Han Yunshi retorted. Han Kongan's lips curved into a mocking smile. The pulse is proof. So is His Highness Crown Prince's stomach. Qin Wangfei, Even Cloud Realm Medical Academy's directors have confirmed that this is a pregnancy pulse. It's the pulse that's in dispute. It's not enough proof. Han Yunxi's attitude was unyielding. If not for her status and everyone else present, Han Kongan would have lost his temper long ago. No wonder the Empress Dowager and Grand Concubine Yi's men had been looking for him to investigate. This damned girl had really changed into a different person. If this was the past, she wouldn't have dared to speak to him like this even after she became Qin Wangfei. Then how did you tell it was a malignant tumor? Han Kongan asked. No matter how skilled this damned girl was, her diagnosis couldn't be separated from the pulse. Since she said the pulse wasn't enough proof, he'd like to see what proof she had. Poison, Han Yunxi said confidently. That word alone made everyone suck in a cold breath. It was actually poison? His Highness Crown Prince has been poisoned with a type of poison called tumor poison. It's not fatal, but it stays in the body for a long time and absorbs the foul qi from the organs to form a malignant tumor. Once the tumor grows big enough to press on the major meridians, it'll be life-threatening. This was actually a lie made up by Han Yunxi, but she said it calmly as if it were true. Everyone present was stupefied. They never thought such a strange poison existed in the world, nor that the Crown Prince's strange illness was like this. This had nothing to do with a pregnancy pulse or pregnancy. Compared to a man getting pregnant, Han Yunxi's explanation was much more reasonable and believable. Even the Empress, who wanted to make things difficult for Han Yunxi, revealed a look of pleasant surprise. How she wanted to believe in Han Yunxi right now. Han Kongan gave a start as well. It took him a while to speak. Then do you have proof? Han Yunxi wouldn't foolishly say she could tell from the pulse. Her eyes flashed with self-confidence as she said, I can neutralize the poison and remove the malignant tumor. It's already been 7 years. Can you deliver a child? Han Kongan finally couldn't take it anymore. He took 2 steps back with a look of disbelief. Those who didn't know would think they were competitors when they looked at the father and daughter pair. Esteemed Princess Consort, you can't joke around with the Crown Prince's life. Han Kongan said seriously. Although he wasn't familiar with poisons, he didn't want to believe that the Crown Prince was poisoned. The pulse was clearly a pregnancy pulse, and there was clearly a life in the stomach. Even if he was wrong, how could the most authoritative medical school be wrong? Although the directors of the medical school had all left, he had secretly consulted with the directors to discuss this issue over the years. The pregnancy pulse was certain. They needed to discuss how to make the Crown Prince's stomach disappear and how to kill the fetus that shouldn't exist without endangering the Crown Prince's life. Abortion pills had no effect at all and could only be delivered. However, giving birth to a child was dangerous for a woman, let alone a man. To be exact, they still didn't understand how a man could give birth to a child. Cutting the abdomen was something they dared to think about but didn't dare to do. Moreover, if the child was really cut out, his life would be over. The Emperor had long believed in the pregnancy pulse, but he still held the hope that it was a misdiagnosis. This Princess Consort isn't joking around with the Crown Prince's life. On the contrary, you can't even see the poisoned pulse and dragged it out for 7 years. Do you know that if the poison was cured earlier, the Crown Prince's stomach wouldn't be so big? It's you who wasted 7 years of the Crown Prince's life. Han Yunxi angrily retorted. She admitted that she was taking this opportunity to take revenge. Don't think that she didn't know that Han Kongan had a hand in the young general's matter. Not to mention that she was bullied in her maternal family, just the fact that he sacrificed his daughter to curry favor with the Empress Dowager was enough to make Han Yunxi hate him for a lifetime. Was this kind of person worthy of being her father? You're talking nonsense. Nonsense. Han Kongan was anxious. He didn't care about his status and angrily rebuked. Who knew that Han Yunxi would angrily reprimand? Bold Han Kongan, is this the attitude you should have when speaking to this Princess Consort? What's the punishment for offending one's superiors? Her words surprised everyone present. Nobody expected Han Yunxi, the unfavored Qin Wangfei, to put on the airs of a Wangfei in front of Han Kongan. This woman, isn't she a little too interesting? The curve of Long Fei Ye's lips grew more and more beautiful, while Emperor Tianhui began to stroke his chin in amusement. Han Kongan was dumbstruck as he shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't speak for a long time. Han Yunxi loftily looked at him disdainfully. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, we'll know once the malignant tumor is taken out. So speaking, she turned towards Emperor Tianhui. Your Majesty, I've already told you the results of my diagnosis. Whether or not he'll be treated is up to your Majesty to decide. Chapter 54. To treat or not to treat. Qin Wangfei, you mean to say that you have a way to treat the Crown Prince? Emperor Tianhui asked seriously. A case like the Crown Prince's could be diagnosed with an ultrasound in modern times. Then, an open abdominal surgery would be carried out immediately. It was just a surgery similar to a cesarean section. However, in ancient times, it was a little difficult to perform such a surgery. Even so, Han Yunxi still nodded without hesitation. Naturally, she had other methods. How do you treat him? Long Tianma asked urgently. His words immediately exposed his trust in Han Yunxi. I'll make an antidote for the tumor poison and dissolve the giant tumor into poisonous blood. Then I'll cut open the abdomen and do my best to use acupuncture techniques to expel the poison, Han Yunxi replied truthfully. If she cut open the Crown Prince's stomach to take out the thing, it'd be an extremely deep incision. Without any suturing tools, she wouldn't take the risk. But if she used medicine to dissolve the thing in the Crown Prince's stomach into blood and then opened his mouth to expel the poison, then it'd be a small operation similar to the one she'd performed on young General Mu Qingwu. As long as she didn't lose too much blood, then the risks of this plan were completely within her control. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Kongan spoke up. Then you still can't prove that the Crown Prince's stomach is a malignant tumor. If the tumor turns into blood, Divine Dr. Han can take the blood to see if there's any poison. Han Yunxi's lips curved into a mocking smile as she deliberately emphasized the words Divine Dr. Han. Han Kongan's face alternated between red and white. He hated her to the core, but couldn't speak. You'll have to cut open the abdomen, the Empress hesitated. This isn't appropriate. The Empress Dowager hesitated as well, her face full of worry. This was genuine worry, since the Crown Prince was her most beloved eldest grandson. When Chenxia treated the young general's poison, I cut open the abdomen as well. Because of this, the Empress Dowager misunderstood. Esteemed Empress Dowager, if you still don't believe Chenxia, you can summon the young general to take a look. The wound on his abdomen should still have a scar. Han Yunxi's tone was very calm. Anger flashed through the Empress Dowager's eyes. This damned girl, she's still thinking about that. She's clearly mocking me. The Empress Dowager fell silent. Once the success story was out in the open, Han Yunxi tossed the hot potato to Emperor Tianhui and put him in charge of the situation. Your Majesty, Yunxi has already explained everything clearly. It's up to you whether to treat him or not. Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma stared at each other through the muslin curtains, neither of them speaking. Han Yunxi was smart enough to come up with a diagnosis completely different from Han Kongan's. If Emperor Tianhui believed her, then he'd let her treat him. If he didn't, then there was no reason to make things difficult for her. Under such circumstances, Han Kongan didn't dare to speak too much. After all, he hadn't been able to come up with a treatment plan for so many years. If he continued to speak, he would be courting death. For a moment, the room fell silent. Unexpectedly, Emperor Tianhui slowly turned to face Long Feiyi. Duke of Qin, what do you think? Han Yunxi was surprised that Emperor Tianhui would ask about Long Feiyi. Still, Long Feiyi didn't panic, as if he'd long expected the question. His expression was indifferent and inscrutable. This matter is of great importance. Imperial brother can make the decision. His words left the initiative in Emperor Tianhui's hands. Of course, Emperor Tianhui wasn't easy to deal with. He continued to ask, "Does the Duke of Qin believe Qin Wangfei?" Her question forced Long Fei to give a direct answer. Han Yunshi was puzzled, feeling that something wasn't right. Rumors said that Emperor Tianhui and the Duke of Qin were close brothers. The Duke of Qin held great power, so Emperor Tianhui had to yield to him. But judging from the current situation, the relationship between Emperor Tianhui and the Duke of Qin wasn't close at all. In fact, it was very subtle. If Long Fei said he believed Emperor Tianhui's words, then wouldn't he be guilty if Han Yunshi made a mistake? If Long Fei said he didn't believe her, then Han Yunshi would be finished. Now everyone was looking at Long Fei. Long Fei had personally gone to General Mu's estate to save Han Yunshi. Would he still open his mouth this time? Why did he go to General Mu's estate to teach Chong Ping and the Justice Court official a lesson and rescue Han Yunshi from her predicament? Why did he allow the existence of the red handkerchief? Did he and Han Yunshi really have sex as husband and wife? Was it because Han Yunshi wasn't ugly anymore and had medical skills that he saw Han Yunshi in a different light and acknowledged her as his official consort? There were plenty of people here who were curious about these questions. Everyone was waiting for Long Fei's answer, but he only said, "It's useless for your lordship to believe her. Only His Majesty and the Crown Prince will believe her." His simple words were enough to deal with 1,000 caddies with 4 tails and dissolve Emperor Tianhui's trap. Han Yunshi almost laughed out loud. This guy really was a crafty old fox. Emperor Tianhui pursed his lips and was about to ask more questions when Long Fei said, "Imperial brother, the Crown Prince isn't young anymore. It's time for him to be independent." Without a doubt, these words meant that the Crown Prince should make his own decisions. The Duke of Qin's support was crucial to every imperial son. Naturally, the Emperor wanted him to support the Crown Prince. Emperor Tianhui put on a false smile as he looked towards the Crown Prince. "Tianma, your imperial uncle's lecturing is right. Make your own decisions." It had been 7 years. Long Tianma had truly had enough. Even if he still didn't trust Han Yunshi in the depths of his heart, he'd rather take a gamble than wait for death. He knew better than anyone else that if this illness dragged on, his imperial father would definitely give up on him. In the silence, Long Tianma's voice was especially clear. "I'll accept treatment." Han Yunshi exhaled in relief, while Han Konggen's entire face turned black on the side. Without a doubt, the Crown Prince's reaction had thoroughly rejected him. Emperor Tianhui was very satisfied with the Crown Prince's courageous decision. He nodded and said, "Qin Wangfei, can we begin immediately? I need to do a detailed examination to determine the location and size of the sarcoma before I can prescribe the medicine," Han Yunshi said seriously. Once she decided on treatment, her entire body was filled with energy. She immediately went to do a detailed examination. Very soon, she discovered that the thing in Long Tianma's stomach was even bigger than she'd imagined. Moreover, it really did have a life of its own. She pressed a few acupuncture points and found that the thing could move. Her eyes flickered between light and darkness, filled with complicated emotions. "How is it?" Long Tianma asked anxiously. Han Yunshi smiled. "Don't worry. You just need to rest well for the next 2 days. Don't think about anything else." So speaking, she withdrew from the room. The Empress and Empress Dowager surrounded her as well. "How is it? Can you treat it right away? What kind of medicine do you need? Just tell me." "The prescription is a bit complicated. I'll have to think it over carefully before I can be sure," Han Yunshi said seriously. At this moment, Han Konggen hastily volunteered himself. "Qin Wangfei, this old man isn't talented, but I'm familiar with medicine. I'm willing to assist you." If Han Yunshi couldn't treat it, the Han family would be hard-pressed to escape calamity. If she did, he'd be able to bask in the glory if he helped her. Of course, more importantly, He wanted to see where this damned girl got her confidence from and how she was going to treat him. But Han Yunshi only pretended not to hear him and said, "Your Majesty, I want to invite Imperial Physician Gu Beiyue to assist me." Compared to Han Kongan, Emperor Tianhui naturally trusted Gu Beiyue more. He immediately agreed. "Someone come, summon Gu Beiyue here." Han Yunshi stopped him. "Your Majesty, this isn't a small matter. I'll go to the Imperial Physician courtyard to discuss the details with Imperial Physician Gu. I'll write out a prescription before sunset." There were a lot of people here, so Emperor Tianhui nodded and ordered someone to bring Han Yunshi over. Han Kongan looked on with wide eyes, but the Empress Dowager spoke up cold. "Divine Dr. Han, I think you should go back and wait for your daughter's good news. Esteemed Empress Dowager, this commoner has served His Highness for 7 years and understands his condition best. Why don't you let this commoner stay, just in case?" Before Han Kongan could finish, the Empress lost her temper. Pa. Han Kongan, what kind of unlucky things are you saying? Useless thing, you still have the face to stand here. Let me tell you, you were the one who brought out the pregnancy pulse. Once the Crown Prince recovers, I'll deal with you properly. Han Kongan was too scared to speak, but quickly asked to be excused and fled. Looking at Han Kongan's wretched figure, the Empress's eyes grew dark. She thought, if Han Yunshi can cure Tianma this time, then I'll temporarily forget about Chongping's debt. I'll just treat it as her meritorious service atoning for her crimes. But if she couldn't cure him, she'd definitely uproot the Han family and make this medical family disappear from Cloud Realm continent forever. She'd make Han Yunshi a criminal who exterminated her family. The Empress Dowager and Empress didn't leave, but stood guard by Long Tianma's bedside. Emperor Tianhui didn't seem to want to leave either, his expression grave. It had to be said that they were all nervous. This was the Crown Prince's last chance. If Han Yunshi couldn't save him, then Emperor Tianhui could only reluctantly give him up. But the result was in Han Yunshi's hands. No one could predict it. Long Feiyi seemed to be the most indifferent one. He rose to walk over and said, "Imperial brother, let's go. Chendi will accompany you to drink tea." Emperor Tianhui recovered his wits and nodded before following Long Feiyi out the door. "It's easy to rule a country, but difficult to rule a family," Emperor Tianhui sighed with emotion. "Heaven helps the worthy, the Crown Prince." "Imperial brother, don't worry," Long Feiyi said mildly. Emperor Tianhui had tried to sound him out more than once, but couldn't figure out his attitude. Every time, he could only give up. As he grew older, neither the Crown Prince nor any of the other imperial sons were a match for the Duke of Qin. Actually, if the Empress Dowager hadn't schemed against Grand Concubine Yi in the past, he wouldn't have been able to take the throne in the first place. Northernly was Tianning's enemy, but in Emperor Tianhui's eyes, his younger brother, who was about the same age as him, was even more terrifying than Northernly's ferocious army. "How's the investigation of the Northernly spies going?" Emperor Tianhui asked. "There's still a big fish lurking in the shadows. Chendi's already cast the net," Long Feiyi replied honestly. "You have to know that these spies wouldn't have been able to stir up such a storm without a mole," Emperor Tianhui reminded him cold. "Chendi understands. Imperial brother can be at ease." Long Feiyi was neither flustered nor anxious, so calm that it made others feel cold. The two of them chatted as they walked into the imperial gardens. At the same time, Han Yunshi had just arrived at the Imperial Physician Courtyard. Gu Beiyue was the head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard, which naturally fell under his sphere of influence. As soon as he heard that Han Yunshi had come because of the Crown Prince, he immediately dismissed all of the medical attendants in his study and ordered them to stand guard outside the door. No one was allowed to approach. Han Yunshi hadn't even said a word, but she couldn't help but silently admire Gu Beiyue's strength despite his frail appearance. If Long Feiyi was an icy fox, then this man was a gentle one. He personally closed the door behind him and walked over with a faint smile. Qin Wangfei, has the diagnosis been made? If it was anyone else in his place, they'd definitely be nervous. But Gu Beiwei was always so calm. Han Yunxi especially liked to see his warm smile, because it could calm her down in an instant. But every time, she was the one who broke the calm in his eyes. It's not a pregnancy pulse, she said with a smile. Chapter 55. Not a pregnancy pulse? Gu Beiwei was a little surprised and patiently waited for Han Yunxi to continue. But there is indeed a life in the stomach, Han Yunxi said directly. Since it was not a pregnancy pulse and there was a life in the stomach, what was going on? Gu Beiwei frowned slightly and did not say anything, waiting for Han Yunxi to continue. However, Han Yunxi's face became serious. I will only tell you the results of the diagnosis. Are you willing to know? Gu Beiwei was shocked. What is going on? I need your help, but you have to keep it a secret, Han Yunxi said again. Gu Beiwei nodded without hesitation. Perhaps even he did not know why he trusted Han Yunxi so much. Other than Gu Beiwei, Han Yunxi really could not find a second person she could trust. This secret was too scary. In the modern era, even modern people might not be able to accept it, let alone ancient people. She said in a low voice, "The Crown Prince's illness is called fetus in fetus. Strictly speaking, the child in his stomach is the Empress's." When these words came out, the usually calm Gu Beiwei took 2 steps back and revealed a shocked expression. However, he quickly calmed down. Qin Wangfei, you can't say such things carelessly. Han Yunxi was helpless and wanted to laugh. She had once again broken this guy's calmness under his gentleness. She smiled faintly. I know. Listen to my explanation first. Gu Beiwei then came closer and nodded. When the Empress was pregnant with the Crown Prince, she was actually pregnant with 2 children. However, before the child was formed, the Crown Prince wrapped the other child in his body. To be exact, a fetus in fetus was a parasitic fetus. It meant that when twin embryos were developing, one embryo was wrapped in the other embryo and stayed in the baby's body. It grew with the baby, absorbed the baby's nutrients, and developed abnormally. Under different circumstances, some fetus in the womb developed quickly and would be discovered early. However, some fetus in the womb developed slowly and would only be discovered after many years. The longest recorded case in the history of medicine was 32 years. Long Tianma was not even 20 years old this year, so it was not a long time. Gu Beiwei didn't know anything about cells or embryos. Han Yunxi could only explain it to him in the simplest terms. That is to say, the Empress was pregnant with twins, but before the fetus was formed, one of the Crown Princes wrapped the other child in his body. Later, the Crown Prince was formed and born, and the other life was left in his body. It relied on the nutrients in his blood to sustain itself and gradually grew up. Gu Beiwei finally understood. He shook his head in disbelief. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Of course, he didn't believe that men could give birth to children. But after so many years, although he didn't participate in the Crown Prince's treatment, he had flipped through medical books to study this case. Although he was very shocked by Han Yunxi's explanation, in his view, Han Yunxi's explanation was reasonable. Gu Beiwei was silent. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at Han Yunxi. His gaze was grave as he said seriously, "This life cannot be taken. Although it has been said for so many years that it is a pregnancy pulse, the Emperor is not willing to believe it." Han Yunxi naturally knew that this life could not be taken. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept it a secret and made up some nonsense about abdominal sarcoma. A fetus in the womb was basically not a normal and healthy child. Some only had 4 limbs and no heart or brain. This was a life that wouldn't live for long even if it was saved. Not to mention this, even if it was a complete and healthy child, it was also not to be taken. How could the Crown Prince have a child? If a child was really born, anyone who knew of this matter would definitely be silenced, including the Crown Prince and this child. If this matter was spread, the Imperial Long clan would be accused of being Yao. It would give those restless rebel factions enough excuse to incite the people. Of course, Han Yunshi didn't care about that much. She only knew that she couldn't tell the truth. Moreover, she had to save this person in order to live. Seeing Gu Beiyue's grave gaze, Han Yunshi's voice became cold. So, I have to nip it in the bud. Your father has prescribed a lot of abortion pills, but none of them have any effect. Gu Beiyue seriously reminded. Han Yunshi's lips curled in disdain. Of course his pills won't be effective. Abortion pills are for women. The pills that Han Kongan prescribed were only effective for pregnant women. Strictly speaking, Long Tianma wasn't pregnant. How could it be effective? I need a type of poison to dissolve the thing in the Crown Prince's stomach into blood water. Then I'll expel the poison from his body. The Emperor and the rest will only see poison water. The Crown Prince isn't pregnant, but has a malignant tumor. Han Yunshi's tone was very certain. Hearing this, Gu Beiyue was silent for a moment before giving a thumbs up. Without a doubt, Han Yunshi's method was the most appropriate. Not only did it protect herself, it also kept this secret forever. People who didn't know the truth would never have a knot in their heart. His Highness the Crown Prince should thank you. Gu Beiyue smiled. Han Yunshi helplessly shrugged. I just hope that his imperial mother won't make trouble for me in the future. Gu Beiyue knew that poison wasn't difficult for Han Yunshi. Why did this woman need his help? You need me. Gu Beiyue hesitated. Han Yunshi's resolute gaze suddenly dimmed. That thing's extremely large. This incision will be at least 10 times harder than the one with the young general. It's very possible that the Crown Prince will die from excessive blood loss before even half of the blood is drained out. The medicine Han Yunshi had prepared for the Crown Prince was actually poison. She could use the poison to dissolve the thing in his abdomen so that she could create a medicine with precise effects that wouldn't harm the organs. It would only dissolve the thing into blood and water. This way, the blood would be poisonous and had to be expelled immediately. Right now, her biggest problem was excessive blood loss. She had to have enough time to expel the poison. In the modern era, a blood transfusion would be enough. But right now, she could only place her hopes on Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue understood as soon as he heard the question. He looked at Han Yunshi, a complicated look in his eyes. It was a long time before he spoke. I know of a medicine called the life blood pill. After taking it, it'll have the effect of creating blood for a short period of time. Before he could finish, Han Yunshi was pleasantly surprised. Where is this medicine? Seeing her anxious expression, Gu Beiyue's eyes flashed with doting. Qin Wangfei, this medicine isn't easy to get. The Imperial clan has plenty of money and power. What's there to be afraid of? Han Yunshi blurted out. All right, in her heart, the Imperial clan was a bunch of nouveau riche and bandits. Gu Beiyue felt even more helpless as he murmured, Qin Wangfei, in Cloud Realm Continent, Tianning's Imperial clan is just one of many powers. Han Yunshi naturally knew that Cloud Realm Continent was huge and filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. But right now, she was most concerned about the whereabouts of the life blood pill. With it, treating the Crown Prince's condition would be a matter of minutes. Then tell me, just who has it? Han Yunshi grew anxious. Gu Beiyue only gave her 3 words. Gu Qisha. Gu Qisha? Han Yunshi seemed to have heard of this famous name somewhere in the depths of her memories. She muttered, that ghost genius Gu Qisha who was banished from Cloud Realm Medical Academy? Gu Beiyue nodded. Exactly. That fellow was born a ghost genius and had a gift for growing medicinal plants. Many of the commonly used plants today were grafted on by him when he was young. People call him the Pill Fiend. I heard he's the adopted son of an elder from the medical academy and grew up eating medicinal plants for his 3 meals. Han Yunshi asked curiously. Gu Beiyue nodded. That was all he knew. Although his grandfather was a director of the medical academy, he was a level lower than an elder. He had no way of getting in touch with the people above him, and he hadn't stayed long at the academy before following his grandfather to Tianning's capital city. Then where's Gu Qisha now? Han Yunshi asked hastily. After he was banished from the medical academy, he set up his own shop and founded the Medicine Ghost Valley. His specialty is to collect and cultivate all sorts of miraculous pills and medicines. He buys and sells them based on his mood, so it's no easy task to buy the life-blood pill from him, Gu Beiwe said. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi's expression was relaxed. I thought you'd have to put in a lot of effort, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. A single medicinal pills is all it takes. Those medicinal pills aren't easy to get. Gu Beiwe had to remind her once more. Han Yunshi chuckled. I'm only responsible for writing out the prescription. I'm not responsible for finding the medicine. This, seeing Han Yunshi's sly smile, Gu Beiwe finally understood what she meant. As long as she wrote out the prescription, the emperor would naturally find a way to get his hands on the life-blood pill. If he couldn't get his hands on it, then it couldn't be blamed on the two of them, the doctors. Han Yunshi immediately went to the desk and wrote down the medicinal ingredients and their quantities. Gu Beiwe was naturally curious, so he looked at her seriously from the side. However, the more he looked, the more he didn't understand. He recognized all the medicinal ingredients on the prescription, but unfortunately, he couldn't understand what they were used for. To use poison to dissolve the thing in the crown prince's abdomen without harming his internal organs, the amount of effort needed to put in the medicine wasn't just ordinary. Very quickly, Han Yunshi finished writing out the prescription and wrote the life-blood pill at the end. Qin Wangfei, this prescription, is it complete? Gu Beiwe asked suspiciously. Han Yunshi looked at him meaningfully. It's a secret. Of course, this prescription wasn't complete. Moreover, no matter who got their hands on it, they wouldn't be able to tell that it was a poison because the three most important ingredients weren't written on it. The prescription was just a formality. She had the antidote in her detox system long ago. Han Yunshi had to hold back a trick or two. If she wrote down the real prescription and it fell into the hands of an expert one day, wouldn't they be able to use it against her and see the truth behind her treatment of the crown prince? Gu Beiwe looked at Han Yunshi's mysterious appearance and didn't ask further, but the fondness in his eyes deepened. With the life-blood pill, Han Yunshi's biggest problem was solved. She almost couldn't wait to become the crown prince's savior and see how the Empress Dowager and Empress would react. Of course, she was looking forward to Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru's reactions even more. Right now, they had to be waiting anxiously at the Duke of Qin's estate. She had to get the life-blood pill first. Hurry and go, we have to hand over the prescription. Han Yunshi tugged on Gu Beiwe's arm and prepared to leave. Gu Beiwe gave a start and hesitated for a second before pushing her aside. He didn't say a word, but Han Yunshi gave a start before unconsciously looking back. Gu Beiwe immediately avoided her gaze. This guy, Han Yunshi burst into laughter, but didn't explain. All right, she was so happy that she'd forgotten that this was ancient times and that she was a married woman. Male best friends and whatnot weren't allowed. Cough, cough. She coughed lightly as if nothing had happened and turned back. My hands were quick, I wasn't trying to molest you. Gu Beiwe was about to leave when he gave a start. But soon enough, a gentle smile bloomed on his face. Han Yunshi didn't know that she'd missed the most beautiful smile in the world. Chapter 56. Han Yunshi presented the prescription to Emperor Tianhui and told him the importance of the life-blood pill. She secretly calculated that no matter how Emperor Tianhui begged for the medicine, it'd take at least 10 days to half a month. During this time, she could return to the Duke of Qin's estate and stay put. With such a heavy responsibility on her shoulders, she'd like to see what Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru could do to her. Moreover, she could use Imperial Physician Gu as an excuse to enter and leave the Imperial Physician Courtyard as she pleased. The Imperial Physician Courtyard had plenty of medical books and medicinal ingredients. To her, This place was simply a treasure trove. Han Yunshi exhaled in relief after handing over the prescription, but who knew Emperor Tianhui set down the prescription and looked towards Long Fei Yi. Duke of Qin, Medicine Ghost Valley isn't an ordinary place. You should make a trip there yourself. Although he spoke in a tone of discussion, everyone knew this was an imperial order. Long Fei Yi's face was still as cold as ever as he nodded. Yes. Han Yunshi glanced at him and couldn't help but rejoice in his misfortune. Big ice cube, ah, big ice cube. Who told you to stand by with folded arms? Now you're a fish in the moat who gets caught in the crossfire. The life-blood pill isn't so easy to buy. If you can't buy it back, then the blame will be on your shoulders. Your Majesty, the Imperial Physician Courtyard, has all the other ingredients listed in this prescription. Yunshi and Imperial Physician Gu will prepare them as soon as possible. Once the life-blood pill arrives, we can begin treatment immediately, Han Yunshi said seriously. Emperor Tianhui nodded. Then we'll wait for the Duke of Qin's good news. Everyone dispersed. Han Yunshi used the excuse of going to prepare medicine with Gu Beiyue and didn't return with Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi didn't pay her any more attention either. The Empress accompanied the Empress Dowager the entire way out, deeply worried. Mu Fei, this Chenxia's heart is in a mess. Can Han Yunshi be trusted or not? The Empress Dowager's heart was also uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, she let out a long sigh. If this girl can cure Tianma this time, then Ai Jiao will definitely put her in an important position. Back then, Lady Tianxin saved the Empress Dowager's life. The Empress Dowager betrothed Han Yunshi to the Duke of Qin as a chess piece. She wanted to have Han Yunshi spy by the Duke of Qin's side. But who knew that Han Yunshi would grow up to be a good-for-nothing ugly girl, and Han Kongan was unable to cure the crown prince. The Empress nodded and said nothing more. Han Yunshi didn't return to the Duke of Qin's estate until late at night with an empty stomach. As soon as she entered the gates, Grand Concubine Yi summoned her. Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru had been restless all day, waiting for news. What did Han Yunshi's safe return mean? How is the crown prince? Can it be treated? Grand Concubine Yi got straight to the point. Han Yunshi was puzzled. Didn't Long Fei Yi leave first? Could it be that he hadn't come back yet? She didn't care so much. When she saw Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru's expectant looks, her eyes flashed with contempt. She pretended to sigh, but stopped herself. Sister-in-law, just how is it? Mu Fei and I've been worried all day, Murong Wanru asked anxiously. Nothing much, just like that, Han Yunshi said mildly. Like that? Grand Concubine Yi couldn't help asking. It's not a big problem. I have ways to treat it. Han Yunshi finally exposed the truth. She didn't miss the astonishment in Grand Concubine Yi's eyes, nor did she miss Murong Wanru's jealous look. Those who wanted to see her make a fool of herself would only be laughed at back. In other words, you've cured the crown prince? Murong Wanru asked impatiently. He's missing one more ingredient, but that ingredient is very hard to find. We'll have to go to Medicine Ghost Valley to buy it, Han Yunshi replied honestly. Grand Concubine Yi exhaled at these words, while Murong Wanru's lips curved into a mocking smile. I've heard of Medicine Ghost Valley before. Its owner is called His Excellency Pill Fiend, and he's a very difficult eccentric who never gives face to anyone. 8 or 9 out of 10 people who go to buy the medicine come back empty-handed. Some even risk their lives to buy it. The nervous Grand Concubine Yi grew calm and composed. So it's like that. Then it'll be very troublesome to cure the crown prince. Han Yunshi agreed wholeheartedly as she nodded her head. Exactly. It'll be very troublesome. But very quickly, she changed the topic. But the Emperor sent His Highness Duke of Qin to ask for the medicine. As I see it, this shouldn't be too difficult, right? Both Grand Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru gave a start at these words. Immediately, Grand Concubine Yi slapped the table in anger. What? He's sending the Duke of Qin to Medicine Ghost Valley? Han Yunxi's expression was both naive and earnest as she nodded her head. If the Duke of Qin goes, he'll definitely get the medicine. The Emperor's decision won't be wrong. Grand Concubine Yi's heart felt stifled as she clenched her fists, narrowly avoiding a slap. But Han Yunxi's last words of the Emperor's decision forced her to swallow her anger. On one side, Murong Wanru was completely stupefied. Everyone knew that Medicine Ghost Valley wasn't a good place, much less a place to buy medicine. What if something happened to the Duke of Qin? What if he didn't come back with the medicine? Then wouldn't the Duke of Qin have to shoulder all the blame? Why did Han Yunxi's troubles end up in the Duke of Qin's lap instead? If she knew things would turn out like this, she wouldn't have spread rumors to kill Han Yunxi. Murong Wanru's face turned green with regret as well as her intestines. After a tiring day, Han Yunxi came back to see mother and daughter suffer in silence. Her spirits were refreshed, and she forgot all about her exhaustion. Mu Fei, the Emperor, ordered Chenxia to rest well for the next few days and make the best preparations to treat the Crown Prince. It's getting late, Chenxia will withdraw first. As she spoke, she bowed respectfully and casually turned around to leave. Grand Concubine Yi was so angry that she could explode at any moment. Blue veins popped out on the back of her hands as she clenched them into fists, but there was nothing she could do to Han Yunxi. The Emperor wasn't someone Grand Concubine Yi dared to provoke lightly. Just who spread those rumors? They deserved to die. Grand Concubine Yi raged. Murong Wanru's heart pounded, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Han Yunxi's footsteps were light and quick. This was the first time she'd discovered the benefits of imperial power in this world. When she returned to the hibiscus courtyard, Han Yunxi couldn't help but stop when she saw the darkness of Long Fei Ye's quarters. That guy hadn't come back, so where did he go? Did he head straight for the Medicine Ghost Valley? That's too fast, isn't it? She bit her lip and thought, that guy's martial arts are so good. He shouldn't have run into any danger in the Medicine Ghost Valley, right? Moreover, he's so famous that maybe pill fiend Guqi Sha will give him face. Thinking up to here, Han Yunxi felt even more at ease and gracefully turned to head for her Leisurely Cloud Pavilion. Leisurely Cloud Pavilion was brightly lit. Han Yunxi thought that little Chen Xiang must have been worried about her, and lit the lanterns to wait for her to come back. Although little Chen Xiang was a servant girl, having someone at home waiting for her was still a warm feeling. Little Chen Xiang, Han Yunxi shouted before she even entered. She was starving and needed Chen Xiang to find her something to eat. Little Chen Xiang, unexpectedly, just as she reached the loft's entrance, she saw little Chen Xiang standing timidly by the door with her head lowered. Inside the room, a certain guy was brewing tea. From Han Yunxi's angle, the steam from the tea rose in spirals, and the man was as beautiful as a painting. Honestly, it didn't feel real at all. Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi couldn't help but mutter. The person inside the room was none other than the Duke of Qin, Long Fei Yi. From the looks of it, he seemed to be waiting for her. Mistress. His Highness has been waiting for you for a long time. Chen Xiang reminded her in a low voice, and Han Yunxi finally came back to her senses. Waited for a long time? Could it be that he came to her after leaving the palace? Han Yunxi hurriedly walked in. This concubine greets His Highness. Long Fei Yi poured tea and didn't even raise his eyes as he said indifferently, "You've finished preparing the medicine?" "Amen," Han Yunxi responded, her heart beating like a drum. She couldn't figure out why this guy had come. She knew that this guy was smarter than the Emperor, but even so, he shouldn't be able to see through the Crown Prince's illness. What did he come here for? Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi stood up and said indifferently, "Then pack up and follow this prince to the Medicine Ghost Valley." "What?" Han Yunxi exclaimed. Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "Is there a problem?" Yes. There was a big problem. It wasn't a good place, so why did he want her to go? Han Yunxi had already answered in her heart, but her face revealed an awkward expression as she helplessly said, Your Highness, this concubine doesn't know that medicine ghost and can't help. I'm afraid that I'll be a burden to your Highness. This prince isn't afraid of you being a burden, Long Fei said. Han Yunshi sighed softly and said, but, this concubine still has some details to discuss with Imperial Physician Gu. I'm afraid, the Crown Prince's been ill for 7 years. A few more days won't make a difference. It won't be too late to come back for a visit, Long Fei continued. Your Highness, if something unexpected happens to this concubine on the way, it'll be hard to explain to His Majesty, Han Yunshi threatened boldly. Unfortunately, she could only threaten Grand Concubine Yi, but not Long Fei Yi. He was very domineering. There won't be any unexpected mishaps. Han Yunshi felt gloomy, but couldn't think of a reason to refuse him no matter how hard she racked her brains. Thus, she changed the subject. Your Highness, why do you suddenly want this concubine to go with you? It was fine to ask the reason, right? But Long Fei Yi didn't answer, his tone cold and unyielding. I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to prepare. Your lordship will wait for you at the back door. So speaking, he turned and left, leaving Han Yunshi standing there in a daze with a crumbling face. Long Fei Yi, you win. How could the time it took to brew a cup of tea be enough for Han Yunshi to pack up? But little Chen Xiang had already prepared her luggage, as well as some snacks to allay her hunger. Without a doubt, this was what Long Fei Yi had told Chen Xiang to prepare. He'd steeled his heart to take her along. Han Yunshi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chen Xiang, on the other hand, was very happy. Mistress, I heard them say that His Highness never takes a woman out. Moreover, he never uses a female servant. You're the first. Han Yunshi's mouth twitched. She was probably the only woman in the world who knew that nothing good would come of going out with His Highness Duke of Qin. Mistress, what kind of place is that Medicine Ghost Valley? What are they going to do there? How long will they be gone for? Chen Xiang asked curiously as she sent Han Yunshi out. Han Yunshi rolled her eyes. You're so excited. Do you want to come along? Chen Xiang was so scared that she immediately retreated back into the room. She shook her head vigorously and smiled ambiguously. Her face was red from smiling. With this servant here, it'll be inconvenient for you. Han Yunshi looked at the sky, speechless. This little Chen Xiang was so young, yet so mischievous. Did she think they were going on a honeymoon? She helplessly shook her head, too lazy to explain. She waved at Chen Xiang and left. When she reached the back door, Han Yunshi saw the carriage. This guy wasn't taking her flying this time? She seemed to like the feeling of flying. What was she thinking? Han Yunshi shook her head and got into the carriage. She saw Long Fei Yi leaning lazily with one hand supporting his head. She found a place to the side and also leaned lazily. She thought, let's go. Who's afraid of who? No matter what, you have to be responsible for bringing this Wang Fei back safe and sound. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would raise his eyes to look at her and then order coldly, take a shortcut to Snake Valley first. Snake Valley? Han Yunshi had a very bad premonition in her heart. Chapter 57. The stable carriage sped along without any bump. If it wasn't for the sound of the wind, Han Yunshi wouldn't have known the carriage was moving so fast. Only she and Long Fei Yi were inside the carriage. Long Fei Yi had only spared her a glance since she got on, before closing his eyes again without a word. Han Yunshi was naturally bold. Even in front of the emperor, she dared to argue. But for some reason, she always felt timid before this man's iciness. She wanted to ask him about Snake Gorge, but seeing him close his eyes, she didn't. Unconsciously, she began to size him up timidly. His features looked like they'd been carved by the heavens themselves. Narrow eyes, a high nose and thin lips, they were all perfect and flawless. Han Yunshi never thought that such a cold man existed in this world. Even when he was quiet, his entire body emanated a coldness that kept people at arm's length, forcing them to stay at a respectful distance. Was he like this since he was young? He was so cold to Grand Concubine Yi, But what about the late emperor? In this world, was there anyone who had ever seen his warm side, who had ever seen him smile from the bottom of his heart? Thinking up to here, she couldn't help but wonder if a woman would appear to receive his lifetime's promise and love? But soon enough, Han Yunshi smiled. She really was overthinking things. Would such a cold and emotionless man have feelings? Dismissing these distracting thoughts, Han Yunshi averted her gaze and leaned lazily to one side. She'd better figure out what kind of place Snake Gorge was. Why did she feel like this guy had brought her out with the scent of a conspiracy? At this moment, Long Fei Yi slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Han Yunshi. It was only a faint glance before he closed them again. The carriage traveled through the night until the next morning. As soon as Han Yunshi opened her eyes, she met Long Fei Yi's icy gaze. Ah! She jumped in fright and quickly sat up. You're awake? Long Fei Yi asked. What are you doing? Han Yunshi was so fierce. Why was this guy so close? Long Fei Yi pushed her away, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. I wanted to wake you up. All right, Han Yunshi calmed down. Have we arrived? What kind of place was Snake Valley? Were there a lot of poisonous snakes? Is that why you brought me along? Han Yunshi thought about it over and over again last night. Other than this reason, this guy had no reason to bring her out. There's only one venomous snake, and its snake core is what Gu Qi Sha wants the most. If we exchange the snake core for a life-blood pill, he'll definitely give it to us, Long Fei Yi explained. So it turned out. Alright, this guy was indeed omnipotent. He could even find out about this. With this information, it would not be difficult to obtain the life-blood pill. Of course, the crux of this matter was her. Han Yunshi's self-confidence grew a bit. She wasn't afraid of venomous snakes and whatnot. Let's go. Take me to see what kind of poisonous snake it is. Han Yunshi was brimming with confidence as she jumped off the carriage. Just as she was about to walk forward, Long Fei Yi's words caused her to stop abruptly. It's a poisonous python. What? Han Yunshi abruptly turned her head, her brows furrowed. It's a poisonous python. Long Fei Yi patiently repeated. If it was an ordinary poisonous snake, he would not have brought her along. Bringing a woman along on a journey would cause all kinds of trouble. Poisonous python, Han Yunshi muttered to herself. This time she was completely shocked. One had to know that pythons were not poisonous. Poisonous snakes had front and back teeth that could secrete nerve venom. They could inject the venom into their prey's body, causing their prey to die before swallowing it. However, pythons did not have the ability to attack with venom. Their attack was to use force to bind their prey and strangle it to death before swallowing it. But the pythons here were actually poisonous, and they were even giant pythons? Han Yunshi was at a loss. She searched through the detoxification system, but there were no relevant records at all. Without a doubt, this poisonous python was a completely new species to her. Seeing her pale face, Long Fei Yi asked, Is there a problem? How big is this snake? Han Yunshi asked. It's about 3 zhang long. Moreover, it's agile and can spit out poisonous gas. Long Fei Yi answered truthfully. According to his understanding, there were many people who had designs on this poisonous python, but until now, no one had been able to capture it. The number of people who died in the Snake Valley was not small. 3 zhang, that was 10 meters. It was also agile and could spit out poisonous gas. Wasn't it a demon? Hearing this, Han Yunshi's face became even more unsightly. She made a prompt decision. I can't handle this. I can't cure the poison of the poisonous python. You have to think of other ways. She was unarmed. If she could not cure the poison, once she got close to the poisonous python, she would either be poisoned to death or strangled to death. Why? Long Fei Yi did not understand. There are thousands of kinds of poisons in the world, and I'm not omnipotent. Han Yunshi generously admitted. Long Fei Yi had not personally come here. He originally thought that bringing Han Yunshi, this poisonous woman, would make things easier. Now, he hesitated. who knew that at this time, the horse beside him suddenly raised its front hooves and neighed in fright. "Not good," Long Fei Yi coldly said. Before his voice fell, he saw a huge snake head suddenly fly out from the forest on the right side, spitting out poisonous gas. In the blink of an eye, Long Fei grabbed Han Yunshi and retreated in the direction of the valley. But very soon, a giant snake's tail lashed out at them like a whip. Long Fei Yi had no choice but to retreat into the valley. Very quickly, the giant python's entire body was exposed. It was like a huge sword, chasing after them at high speed. Long Fei Yi was vigilant of the surrounding movements as he sped forward to escape. Han Yunshi was held tightly in his arms as she gaped at the sight. When Long Fei told her about it, she didn't have such a direct impression, but now that she saw it for herself, she was given a fright. This snake was so terrifying. There were several times when the poisonous gas almost hit her body, but her detoxification system did not prompt her. Once again, this proved that this poison was unfamiliar. If Han Yunshi had enough time to collect samples, she could still research the antidote. Unfortunately, her life was at stake now. The deeper they went into the valley, the denser the trees became. As a result, their risk factor was even higher. Long Fei Yi kept moving forward at a terrifying speed. Han Yunshi thought that since he entered the valley, this guy should be trying to escape from the other exit as soon as possible. But, suddenly, Long Fei Yi changed direction. Carrying Han Yunshi, he fled into the dense forest on the right. "You don't plan on leaving the valley?" Han Yunshi was shocked. "This prince is here for the snake pill," Long Fei Yi said. Compared to this poisonous giant python, Medicine Ghost Valley's Gu Qi Sha was more difficult to deal with. He did not have the leisure to ask for medicine. Since he had entered Snake Valley, he definitely would not return empty-handed. The poisonous giant python seemed to be surprised by Long Fei Yi's actions. It stopped for a moment, but then disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing this, Han Yunshi did not have time to persuade Long Fei Yi. She shouted, "That thing disappeared." Long Fei made a prompt decision to fly upwards. At the same time, the poison python pounced on empty air. What a close shave! This was a competition of speed. Soon, the poisonous giant python disappeared again. Long Fei Yi landed on the tallest tree. With one hand around Han Yunshi's waist and the other on the tree trunk, he looked down at the entire valley. Although Han Yunshi was afraid, this was the first time she was looking down at the world from such a high place. She felt a surge of emotions and was extremely excited. Although nothing good came out of going out with this guy, it was always exciting. She knew that it was impossible for him to escape. If he wanted to escape, he would have done so long ago. Since they were already here, they might as well throw caution to the wind and fight with the poisonous giant python. Who knows, they might really be able to get the snake pill. "Look over there." Han Yunshi's eyes were sharp. She quickly saw the movement in the forest. Because of the poisonous giant python's existence, the animals in Snake Valley had either died or escaped. Such a large movement could only be caused by the poisonous giant python. Long Fei Yi looked over and brought Han Yunshi to the bottom right branch of a tree. "Stand properly," he said coldly. Han Yunshi immediately hugged the tree trunk tightly. She had to admit that once he let go, her sense of security disappeared. Long Fei Yi did not hold onto the tree trunk. He stood firmly in the middle of the tree branch. His body was tall and straight like a pine tree. He held the crossbow with both hands and aimed his cold gaze at the constantly moving undulations. Han Yunshi looked at him from the side. She only felt that this man was extremely cool. No matter how she looked at him, he looked like a top-notch dark assassin. Suddenly, the movement in the thicket came to an abrupt stop. The poisonous python stopped. Long Fei Yi slowly narrowed his eyes. The constantly moving crossbow also stopped in one direction. The arrow was knocked on the string and could be released at any time. Han Yunshi nervously held her breath. But who knew that just when she thought that Long Fei Yi would release the arrow, he suddenly turned around and aimed at a direction behind him. He quickly released the arrow. Xiao! What a sharp sound! She only saw that the arrow was like a bolt of lightning. Its momentum was powerful and its speed was astonishing. Even though the arrow had already flown out, Han Yunxi could still feel the powerful force on the arrow. She did not expect that this guy would actually pour his internal energy into the arrow. But why did he change direction? While Han Yunxi was still trying to figure it out, Long Fei had already shot out countless arrows, each of them as swift as a meteor shower. Like a bolt of lightning, they contained boundless power. When the huge snake tail swung out from the thicket, Han Yunxi finally understood. Long Fei Yi had just given up on the snake tail and shot the snake head. If she guessed correctly, the poisonous giant python's head was already seriously injured, which restricted its movements. With a head injury, it would be difficult for it to escape with its huge body and snake tail. This shooting might seem simple, but if it was someone else, they might not be able to escape from the poisonous giant python's pursuit. Secondly, even if they were able to stand high up and shoot arrows, they might not be able to hit every single one of them and seriously injure the poisonous giant python. Han Yunxi knew that every arrow that Long Fei Yi shot contained a huge amount of power. Otherwise, a small crossbow arrow compared to the giant python's body was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Long Fei Yi had already stopped, but the veins on the back of his hands had not disappeared. The huge snake tail swung crazily in the air, and very quickly, the surrounding trees were all razed to the ground. Han Yunxi estimated that the snake tail would not affect the tree they were on. She was relieved and looked towards the snake head with Long Fei Yi. As long as the snake head was dead, no matter how big the movement of the snake tail was, it would just be struggling at death's door. They waited. Long Fei Yi took out his crossbow again. However, at this moment there was a huge movement in the direction of the snake head. It seemed that the snake head was making its final struggle. But not long later, the movement gradually disappeared. "He's finally dead?" Han Yunxi asked timidly. Long Fei Yi did not reply. His eyes were filled with caution as he continued to wait. Who knew that at this moment, a white figure suddenly leapt down from the tree not too far away and charged towards the poisonous giant python's head. Han Yunxi saw it clearly. It was a white-robed lady. What guts, to actually dare to reap the benefits in front of Long Fei Yi. Chapter 58. To dare to snatch something from Long Fei Yi, this white-robed lady must be tired of living. Han Yunxi was just thinking about this when she saw a white poisonous fog suddenly sprayed out from the forest and almost headed straight for that lady. "Be careful, it's poisonous." Suddenly, Long Fei Yi cried out in alarm, and in an instant, his figure flashed as he dashed downwards. Was he going to stop her or to save her? Based on his character, shouldn't he snort coldly, "Serves you right," or seeking death? Han Yunxi was stunned as she looked on in disbelief. Very quickly, she confirmed that she hadn't seen wrongly, and that cry of alarm earlier, she didn't seem to have heard wrongly. She had never thought that Long Fei Yi would also have times when he was anxious. Who was that white-robed lady? Long Fei Yi's speed was so fast that one couldn't see him clearly with their eyes. All they could see was a black shadow flashing past, and when they saw him again, he had already hugged the white-robed lady and flew towards the opposite tree. Han Yunxi's heart gave a start at the sight of the two figures leaning against each other, but she quickly dismissed the thought. The white poisonous fog dissipated and the forest regained its tranquility. No one knew if that snake's head was dead or not. Han Yunxi looked from afar and saw that Long Fei Yi and that lady seemed to be talking about something. Unfortunately, the distance was too far and she wasn't able to see that lady's appearance clearly. Secondly, she wasn't able to hear their voices. Who was that lady and what was her relationship with Long Fei Yi? Just as Han Yunxi was puzzling over this, the ground suddenly shook and she saw that the poisonous huge python in the forest was actually flipping its body. As its body flipped, that huge snake tail swung towards the tree that Han Yunshi was in. Seeing the huge snake tail approaching, Han Yunshi didn't know what to do and instinctively looked towards Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi was just about to come over when who knew that white-robed lady suddenly flew downwards towards the huge python's head. "Come back!" Long Feiyi shouted. However, the woman in white turned around and glanced at her with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Instead, she sped up and flew down. At this moment, the snake's tail slammed heavily on the trunk of the big tree that Han Yunshi was standing on. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Ah! Han Yunshi was terrified. It was more than 10 meters high. She would die if she didn't jump. Instinctively, she hugged the trunk of the tree, hoping that the tree would fall slowly. Unexpectedly, the poisonous python's huge tail actually swung over again. Bang! Although Han Yunshi hugged the tree trunk tightly, the impact was so strong that she couldn't even hold on to it. She subconsciously let go of her grip and fell straight down. Long Feiyi was watching all of this. A complicated look flitted past his eyes before he turned to chase after the white-robed lady. Han Yunshi fell in a straight line on all fours. She didn't see Long Fei turn his head, but she was very clear in her heart that with his speed, he would have saved her long ago if he wanted to. But he didn't come. He never came. She didn't know when she'd hit the ground, or if it would hurt when she did. Han Yunshi closed her eyes, her voice choked with sobs. "Long Feiyi, you bastard! I'll hate you even if I die." As Han Yunshi fell, Long Feiyi had already caught up to the white-robed lady and kicked her away from the python. "Duanmu Yao, have some sense of propriety," he said coldly. "I thought Big Brother Fei wouldn't care about Yao Yao's life or death after getting married." Duanmu Yao's white robes made her look like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens. When she smiled, her dimples flickered in and out, adding to her cuteness. She was the princess of Western Zhou, an ally of Tianing country and Long Feiyi's junior sister. "Your lordship will say it one last time. Scram immediately, or else I won't be polite," Long Feiyi said coldly. He glanced to the right and saw Han Yunshi about to hit the ground. Duanmu Yao arched a brow. "Big Brother Fei, do you think my life or your Wang Fei's is more important?" As she spoke, she actually wanted to fly towards the poisonous python's head. She was clearly threatening Long Feiyi with her life. Long Feiyi's eyes flashed with rage. "If you want to die, then your lordship can send you on your way when you're 18 years old." So speaking, he kicked viciously at Duanmu Yao. On one hand, he sent her flying far away into the distant thickets, while on the other, he used her body as leverage to speed himself towards Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi was in despair. Although her eyes were closed and her back was to the ground, she could clearly feel that she was about to hit the ground. Was this what it felt like to jump off a building? Soon enough, the back of her head would hit the ground hard, causing brain matter to splatter everywhere. Would all her limbs be smashed to pieces? Who said there was no need to be afraid with him around? Who said there wouldn't be any unexpected mishaps? A single tear silently slid from the corner of her eye. She gritted her teeth and opened her eyes. Even if she was going to die, she'd take one last look at this world. But who knew that the moment she opened her eyes, she would see a handsome face that angered both men and gods. It was as cold as ice, like a carved sculpture. His eyes were as deep as a cold lake, and his lips were as thin as a cicada's wings. So familiar, yet so unfamiliar. Long Feiyi. Han Yunshi couldn't help but smile. Was this a hallucination right before her death? She didn't expect that she was still hoping that he would come and save her. Long Feiyi leaned down and grabbed Han Yunshi's waist, slowly spinning her down. Han Yunshi only felt that this hallucination was very real, yet so beautiful that it felt like a beautiful dream. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to disappear, leaving only the two of them. She forgot her fear, forgot her hatred, and indulged herself in his eyes that were as deep as the sea. Unconsciously, she reached out and gently caressed his cheek. who knew that at this moment, Long Fei Ye's handsome brows suddenly furrowed, and his cold eyes became even colder. At this moment, Han Yunshi woke up with a start. This guy could furrow his brows. This guy was real. She was so shocked that she was dumbstruck. Her hand froze on his face, and the moment he landed with her, he let go of her hand and slapped away her hand on his cheek in disgust. Han Yunshi didn't even have time to react before her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. Finally, the fall woke her up. Thinking about how she had lost her composure just now, Han Yunshi instantly blushed. She was so embarrassed that she forgot to get up. Long Fei Ye's face was gloomy as he looked down disdainfully, but he still reached out to pull her up. Han Yunshi's face was completely red. Looking at his large hand, a trace of warmth flowed through her heart. Just as she was about to reach out, who knew that Long Fei Yi would say cold, troublesome. The moment he said this, Han Yunshi's hand froze, and she quickly retracted it. A trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes, and then she became angry. She didn't say she wanted to come along. He was the one who'd forced her here to treat the snake's poison. She'd suffered such a fright, but she hadn't even reprimanded him. Instead, he was disdaining her first. She'd even felt warmth in her heart, but now it looked like it was all one-sided wishful thinking. Just then, he'd chosen someone else in the face of life and death. Now he'd come to save her because he was afraid he'd have a hard time explaining things to Emperor Tianhui. Han Yunshi pushed her hands against the ground to push herself up. She glared at Long Fei Yi and said, "My life is cheap. I'm trouble. You brought this trouble on yourself. Bring this Wang Fei back the same way you brought me out. If I lose a single hair, this Wang Fei won't be able to treat the crown prince." Long Fei Ye's disgusted expression stiffened before he said coldly, "Don't be such a coward. You still have your life." So speaking, he avoided Han Yunshi's glare and turned to look at the struggling poison python. It was still spitting out white poison mist, but there wasn't as much of it as before. It was obvious that it was struggling at death's door. Han Yunshi was at a loss for words. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. She decided not to say anything. She was puzzled. Where'd that white-robed woman go? Did she leave? That woman was focused on the snake's head. If she wasn't here to steal the snake core, then what was she here for? She and Long Fei Yi knew each other, right? Just then, Long Fei Yi was clearly afraid she'd be poisoned and wanted to save her. Han Yunshi was curious, but more than that, she was angry. Did Long Fei Yi know that she'd die as soon as he arrived? For better or for worse, he was the one who'd brought her out. Did he treat her life like dirt? Long Fei Yi waited for the poison python to die. Han Yunshi simply sat cross-legged at the side without saying a word. If it wasn't for the fear of the poison python's poison, with Long Fei Ye's ability, he'd probably have gotten the snake core long ago. Now they could only wait for the poison python to exhaust its energy. However, not long after, Long Fei Yi became impatient. He leapt onto a small tree and took out his crossbow. He aimed at the position where the white poison mist was coming out and launched another attack. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows flew down one after another. Not only did the power not weaken, it was even stronger than before. Blood splattered everywhere. Han Yunshi was frightened by this, and only then did she realize this fellow's anger. He was very unhappy and was clearly venting his anger. If she didn't have a bargaining chip in her hand, would she become the target of his anger? Thinking of this, Han Yunshi's hair stood on end. She thought that her previous rebuttal shouldn't have made this fellow so angry. She was always insignificant in his eyes. It should be that white-clothed girl who provoked him. Han Yunshi obviously didn't want to be so curious, but she didn't know why she became curious again. Although she knew that he wouldn't tell her, she still wanted to ask. Han Yunshi was conflicted. All right, she was still angry and had a cold war with him. Don't ask. Even if Long Fei Ye's attack was so fierce, this poison python was after all a huge python that had lived for many years. It wouldn't die so easily. The huge snake tail was still swaying crazily. That bloody snake head even jumped up a few times and sprayed a circle of white poison mist around it. Seeing this, Long Fei Yi became more and more impatient. He jumped down from the short tree and walked forward to find a better position to attack. Han Yunxi looked at his back view. Her face was gloomy and she didn't say a word. She thought to herself, surnamed Long, just leave. Go far away. If he left her here alone and something happened later, he would be responsible for it. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi had only taken a few steps when he turned back. He looked down at Han Yunxi and ordered, "Get up." "What?" Han Yunxi asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't answer her. Instead, he suddenly pulled her up and hugged her tightly. He flew into the sky and flew to a tree about 7 to 8 meters tall. "Ah!" Han Yunxi screamed all the way to the top of the tree. She had almost died from the fall just now. She probably wouldn't dare to climb a tree for a year. Long Fei Yi impatiently said sternly, "What are you screaming for?" Han Yunxi turned around and buried her head in his arms. Her arms wrapped around him tightly. She was scared and angry. "Long Fei Yi, I'm warning you. If you leave me alone on a tree again, I'll definitely. Long Fei Yi waited. However, Han Yunxi's brain short-circuited. After saying definitely for a while, she said, "I'll definitely not let you off." Long Fei Yi was stunned. He lowered his head and saw that the person in his arms was actually trembling. Unexpectedly, his lips curled up slightly and a faint smile appeared on his face. No one must have told him that when he smiled, the whole world would be overshadowed in an instant. That was because no one had ever seen such a pure smile on his face. Allowing Han Yunxi to hug him tightly, Long Fei Yi held the crossbow with both hands and aimed at the snake's wide-open mouth. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the mouth. Chapter 59. An arrow pierced through the python's mouth, completely taking care of it. Long Fei Yi watched as the python rolled over and stopped moving, no longer spitting out white poison mist. Only then did he put away his crossbow in satisfaction. At this time, a certain timid woman was still hanging in his arms, completely unaware of everything that had happened. His lips curved in a shallow arc. With his hands behind his back, he gently flew down and landed beside the python. "You can let go now." When the ice-cold voice sounded from the sky, Han Yunxi finally recovered from her fright. She discovered that her feet had already touched the ground. She subconsciously raised her head and met a certain person's heartless gaze. She immediately let go as if she had been electrocuted. Long Fei Yi ignored her and pulled out his dagger to retrieve the snake core. Han Yunxi lightly coughed a few times and acted as if nothing had happened as she watched from the side. She only saw him move quickly and nimbly, taking out a pellet-sized snake core in no time. With this snake core, it was equivalent to having the lifeblood pill. They had more than half succeeded. Han Yunxi composed herself and took out her golden needle to collect the python's blood. This kind of rare poison, of course she had to bring it back to properly study it. "What are you doing?" Long Fei Yi asked. "Nothing." Han Yunxi's face was taut and her tone was even colder. She didn't want to talk to him any more for the time being. "Coward!" Long Fei Yi spat. Han Yunxi angrily clenched her fists, but she only pretended not to hear it. After collecting the blood, she said, "Now that you've obtained the snake core, I'm no longer of any use to you. I want to go back." Long Fei Yi was slightly stunned, but he didn't urge her to stay. He coldly said, "Let's go. This prince will bring you out of the valley." Thus, the two of them silently walked back the way they came. Helplessly, when they reached the valley, they discovered that the carriage and coachman had been poisoned to death. No one could protect her back. Han Yunxi secretly rejoiced in her heart, thinking, "Let's see what you plan to do with this trouble of mine now. Who told you to look for trouble again?" Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi gave her two choices. "Either you walk back by yourself or you come with me." After he finished speaking, He didn't give Han Yunshi any time to think. He turned around and went back into the valley. Han Yunshi cherished her life very much. There were a lot of robbers along the way, and it was very dangerous. She didn't dare to go back alone. Most importantly, she didn't know the way. While she was still hesitating, that guy's back view was already very far away. Are you serious? Han Yunshi panicked and quickly chased after him while shouting. Hey! Long Fei Yi, you're too much. Stop right there, Long Fei Yi. If you don't stop, I'll leave immediately. Long Fei Yi didn't stop when he heard her shouting. Instead, he walked faster and faster. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. Han Yunshi had no choice but to run. Thus, the two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly passed through the valley. Duanmu Yao lay weakly on a tall tree in the valley, blood still dripping from her lips. Long Fei Yi had used just the right amount of strength to heavily injure her so that she couldn't move, but it didn't take her life. She was clearly as beautiful as a celestial fairy, but her phoenix eyes were as malicious as a witch's. Coldly, she watched the two figures disappear into the distance. Han Yunshi, you're really shameless. You actually dared to hug my senior brother. Duanmu Yao's maidservants were also in disbelief. The Duke of Qin, who was obsessed with cleanliness, actually allowed a woman to get close to him, and even hug him so tightly? Could it be that they were mistaken? Slut, I'll definitely kill you. The more Duanmu Yao thought about it, the angrier she became. After all, she'd left the palace this time precisely because of Han Yunshi. She advised in a low voice, Princess, recuperating is more important. I won't. Let's see what he'll do if I die. How will he explain this to Master? Duanmu Yao raged. Her anger aggravated her internal injuries, causing her to spit up a mouthful of blood. Princess, you know as well that the Duke of Qin hates being threatened. Why must you? Before the maidservant could finish, Duanmu Yao cut her off harshly. Do I count as someone else in his eyes? He'd rather hurt me than save that woman's life? Since when has Han Yunshi been more important than this princess in his heart? Princess, Han Yunshi is still Qin Wangfei, appointed by the Empress Dowager. The Duke of Qin probably had no choice, the maidservant coaxed again. Duanmu Yao laughed coldly. As long as he's unwilling, there's nothing in this world that can't be forced. Han Yunshi had married into the Duke of Qin's estate on the Emperor's orders. But why did he leave that woman there? She'd been waiting in silence for him to get rid of Han Yunshi since the wedding, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he kept her by his side. They'd been martial brothers and junior sister for so many years, but when had he ever taken her out on a business trip? Just what part of that useless, cowardly woman caught his eye? The more she thought, the angrier she grew. Let's go to Tianning's capital city. I want to stay at the Duke of Qin's estate to recuperate. Princess, His Highness Crown Prince is still in Medicine Ghost Valley asking for medicine for esteemed Empress. You should at least make a trip there, the maidservant reminded her urgently. Duanmu Yao finally remembered and could only nod her head. It won't be too late to go to the capital after asking for the medicine, she mused. By now, Han Yunshi was in Long Fei Ye's arms again as they flew through the air, weaving through the trees. Although she'd given Long Fei Ye a cold look, she was once again curious about the white-robed woman. Still, she couldn't guess her intentions. As expected, curiosity killed the cat. After a long struggle, Han Yunshi couldn't help but ask, "Hey, who was that white-robed woman just then?" Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi pretended not to hear her question. He stared straight ahead with an expressionless face. Han Yunshi rolled her eyes as she lost all interest in the matter. After a day's rush, they arrived at Medicine Ghost Valley early the next morning. As soon as they entered the valley, Han Yunshi caught a whiff of the various fragrances of medicinal plants. Heaven knows how many medicinal ingredients were planted here, but it was truly a miraculous place. Soon, they arrived at the real entrance. They saw a gate made of vines and two medicine boys guarding it. There were two groups of people in front of the gate. One group was lining up, and the other group was all kneeling. It looked like the people in line were here to buy medicine, while the kneeling ones were here to beg for it. Han Yunshi and the others watched for a while, only to see the people in line chatting with an old steward for a while. They were all dejected and joined the kneeling line. It looked like they couldn't buy any medicinal ingredient. Suddenly, the kneeling person rushed over and shouted, "Master Pill Fiend, I'm willing to pay 10 million taels of gold for a stalk of dragon beard grass. Please do me a favor. I'm waiting for the medicine to save my life." The old steward immediately walked over and angrily rebuked, "What are you shouting for? Is this a place where you can show off your wealth? Come, kick him out." "Steward Ming, how could this lowly one dare to show off his wealth? This lowly one has exhausted all of his family's property to beg for the medicine. Steward Ming, please do me a favor and inform your master." That person hurriedly begged on his knees. However, Steward Ming was unreasonable and waved his hand, ordering people to kick him out. Han Yunshi frowned as she watched. She knew how precious the dragon beard grass was, but it wasn't worth 10 million taels of gold. Moreover, he had already lost his family's fortune. Seeing that person in tears and despair, Han Yunshi felt very uncomfortable. She really wanted to give him a stalk of dragon beard grass. She just happened to have a few stalks in her detoxification system. Unfortunately, looking at the hundreds of people in front of her, she gave up. She could help one person, but not all of them. If she only helped one person in front of all the people in need, she wouldn't be seen as a good person. She would only be seen as a heartless villain like the Medicine Ghost Valley. Moreover, they were here to ask for medicine, not to cause trouble. At this time, Steward Ming saw them and came over, gesturing. Hey, you two. I'm talking about you two. What are you standing there for? Don't you know the rules? Why aren't you lining up?" Long Fei Yi looked over and ordered coldly, "You, come here." Steward Ming was stunned, then his face was filled with disbelief. "What did you say? I told you to come here. Don't you understand human language?" Long Fei Yi retorted. Steward Ming was immediately enraged and rushed over. He could tell at a glance that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had extraordinary auras. They were either rich or respectable. However, there were many influential people who came to the Medicine Ghost Valley to ask for medicine. He had seen even more respectable people, but he had never seen anyone so arrogant. He looked at Long Fei Yi with disdain. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? You want medicine? Haha, don't even think about it." Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. He said coldly, "Go tell Guqi Sha that Long Fei Yi has brought a poisonous python pill. Ask him if he wants to trade." Steward Ming was almost choked to death. As soon as he heard the words Long Fei Yi, his eyes widened. When he heard the words poisonous python pill, he nodded furiously. Only then did Long Fei Yi release him. The old steward didn't even report his arrival, but said respectfully, "I didn't know it was Your Highness Duke of Qin. If I've offended you, please forgive me. Your Highness Duke of Qin, please wait a moment. This one will immediately go report." Han Yunshi was startled on the side. Only now did she realize that the words Long Fei Yi were useful not only in Tianning's capital city, but outside as well. There had to be a reason why Tianning's emperor feared Long Fei Yi. Soon enough, the old steward scrambled out of the courtyard like a lackey. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, His Excellency Pill Fiend invites you in. Please follow this one." Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi climbed into the carriage as soon as they passed through the Rattan Gate. As they sped along, Han Yunshi discovered that all the plants within the gates were actually medicinal ingredient. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more precious the plants became. Good heavens! Guqi Sha might not have any medical ethics, but he's definitely a rare talent. Soon enough, the carriage stopped in front of an elegant courtyard by a stream. Steward Ming didn't follow them inside, but announced, "His Highness Duke of Qin has arrived." Very soon, a strange, slow voice drifted out of the room. It was so strange that it didn't seem to come from a human. Your Highness Duke of Qin, you've brought a poisonous python pill on your first visit. What should this excellency give you in exchange? The life-blood pill, Long Fei replied. Silence fell upon the room at his words. After a long time, the strange, androgynous voice spoke again. You two come in. Han Yunxi felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard the strange voice. She followed Long Fei into the room. When she saw the person inside, Han Yunxi felt another layer of goosebumps all over her body. Sitting in the main seat was a tall man dressed in black. His black robes covered his entire body, and even his head was covered by a large black hood. From afar, he looked like a faceless person. This was the ghost genius, Gu Qisha. Han Yunxi originally thought that he was an old man, but now she couldn't even guess his age. Even his gender was a blur. Han Yunxi was curious, but Long Fei wasn't. He asked Long Fei coldly, Gu Qisha, do you want to make the exchange? Ai. Gu Qisha let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, someone brought the 7 stars caterpillar grass and also wants to exchange it for the life-blood pill. These are 2 things that this excellency has been dreaming of for a long time. How do you expect this excellency to choose? Chapter 60. What? Someone actually brought 7 stars caterpillar grass to trade for the life-blood pill? And he even came earlier than us. Long Fei and Han Yunxi looked at each other in surprise. They'd thought that victory was already in their grasp, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? Fortunately, Gu Qisha hadn't given away the life-blood pill yet. Otherwise, their trip would have been in vain. What does your excellency pill fiend plan to do? Long Fei asked. Duke of Qin, what do you think we should do? Gu Qisha's sigh was very soft, but it was hair-raising for no reason. It was as if his voice was right next to their ears. It's very simple. Just trade with this prince, Long Fei said as he immediately flashed the poisonous python pill, completely ignoring the 7 stars caterpillar grass. At that moment, a cold light flashed across the faceless pill fiend's face, revealing a pair of bewitching eyes. They stared fixedly at the prey in Long Fei's hands. A fox. That was Han Yunxi's first thought. Those were clearly a pair of bewitching eyes. Isn't this pill fiend very old? How can he have such bewitching eyes? At that moment, an arrogant laugh came from the side. Your Highness Duke of Qin, you still haven't asked whether this crown prince agrees or not? Following the voice, they saw an extraordinarily domineering man. His facial features were deep and imposing, and his figure was tall and powerful. He was dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden edges, which accentuated his nobility and mystery. He walked over unhurriedly, his cold and arrogant gaze sweeping past Long Fei before impudently sizing up Han Yunxi. He seemed to know her identity, and although there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, it quickly disappeared. Han Yunxi hated this kind of arrogant and impolite sizing up the most. Cold as she looked at him, she knew that he was a crown prince, but she didn't know which country he was from. Does Crown Prince Yi not agree? Long Fei asked. Based on Long Fei's cold tone, the words Crown Prince Yi seemed to be deliberately said for Han Yunxi to know who this man was. So it was him. Han Yunxi had heard of this name before. This was the Crown Prince of Western Zhou, Duanmu Bei. People called him Crown Prince Yi. Unlike Tianning's Crown Prince, Western Zhou's Crown Prince Yi was famous throughout Cloud Realm continent for his arrogant, high-profile, sinister, and cruel ways. Before he even ascended to the throne, he'd already eradicated all dissidents in court. Western Zhou country was located on the west side of Tianning country. It was Tianning country's ally by marriage. Logically speaking, Duanmu Bei and Long Fei should be on good terms, but judging from the current situation, it didn't seem to be on good terms. Duanmu Bei was 1.8 meters tall and was about the same height as Long Fei. He walked closer to Long Fei Yi and gently pressed on Long Fei Ye's shoulder. He deliberately slowed down his tone and said word by word, "No. Answer." But as soon as he finished speaking, Long Fei Ye's shoulder exploded with a powerful force that viciously shook Duanmu Bei's hand away. At the same time, Duanmu Bei lost his footing and backed up 2 steps. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Long Fei Yi, do you know what first come, first served means? Your lordship doesn't." Long Fei Ye's tone was even more arrogant and haughty than his own. So speaking, he rushed in front of Duanmu Bei and wanted to snatch the 7 stars caterpillar grass from his hands. Seeing this, Han Yunxi gave a start before she grew amused. Long Fei Yi was so barbaric and domineering. She liked it. Let's see what Duanmu Bei will use to exchange with His Excellency Pill Fiend after he gets the 7 stars caterpillar grass. Just then, Duanmu Bei's shoulder was enough to prove that he wasn't Long Fei Ye's match. He immediately retreated, dodging as he shouted, "Long Fei Yi, you're petty and lowly. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. Only the winner had the right to determine whether someone was despicable or noble." Long Fei Yi didn't stop. Instead, each move was more vicious than the last. His speed was so fast that Duanmu Bei didn't have time to talk nonsense. Han Yunxi watched from the side with fear. Time and time again, she saw Long Fei Yi about to snatch the item, but unfortunately, he was always dodged. Pill Fiend sat high above, lazily leaning on the main seat. His long and narrow eyes were slightly narrowed as he watched with relish. Suddenly, Long Fei Yi grabbed Duanmu Bei's wrist with one hand and grabbed the brocade box in his hand with the other. But who knew that at this critical moment, Pill Fiend would suddenly shout, "Stop!" His voice was deliberately drawn out in an indolent manner. Long Fei Yi was distracted and Duanmu Bei dodged. He then said sternly, "Pill Fiend, when did your Medicine Ghost Valley allow outsiders to casually fight?" Medicine Ghost Valley had Medicine Ghost Valley's rules. Outsiders were not allowed to casually fight. "Haha, I only wanted to see your martial arts. Crown Prince Yi, you've disappointed me a little." His Excellency Pill Fiend sighed. "You!" Duanmu Bei angrily wanted to step forward, but who would have thought that Lord Pill Fiend would slowly stretch out a bony hand from his black robe. It was like the hand of a 1,000-year-old demon, playing with several dazzling butterfly darts in his hand. Without a doubt, this was a warning. Duanmu Bei could only suppress his anger. Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with displeasure. He withdrew his hand and asked cold, "Pill Fiend, who do you want to trade with?" "Pill Fiend, there's more than one poisonous python in the world, but there's only one 7 stars caterpillar grass. It's like a grass and a worm, but it's neither grass nor worm. You must think carefully. Also, this prince arrived first." Duanmu Bei immediately reminded him. "There are many poisonous pythons, but there's only one 500-year-old poisonous python." Long Fei Yi also reminded him. "Ayaya," Pill Fiend lightly sighed again. His voice was faint, as if it came from the depths of hell. Han Yunxi couldn't help but shiver again. She observed Pill Fiend's hand. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't match with his foxy and narrow eyes. Long Fei and Duanmu Bei didn't say a word as they allowed Pill Fiend to sigh. Han Yunxi watched from the side, unable to guess whose item His Excellency Pill Fiend would choose. Unexpectedly, His Excellency Pill Fiend laughed strangely. "Hee, I want both of them. How about you two continue to fight?" As he spoke, he even cautiously told Long Fei Yi, "Qin Wang, this lord allows you to rob, but the item you snatch will belong to this lord. How about it?" Han Yunxi almost spat out when she heard this. This rotten old man with no integrity was too greedy and too treacherous. However, she liked it. In any case, it was just making Long Fei Yi put in a bit more effort. They wouldn't lose out. Duanmu Bei's face instantly paled. He clenched his fists and angrily said, "Gu Qi Sha, do you want to break the rules of Medicine Ghost Valley?" Pill Fiend looked as if he suddenly realized something. I can't break the rules. How about you two fight outside the valley? Duanmu Bei almost vomited blood when he heard this. Long Fei Yi shrugged. That's fine too. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a clear voice rang out. Big brother, are you inside? Big brother? Which family's little sister is looking for her big brother? Han Yunshi was puzzled. She saw a white-clothed girl walk in with light step. She was born with an otherworldly beauty, like a fairy who didn't eat the food of mortals. Her small dimples at the corners of her mouth didn't lose the liveliness of a young girl. The beauty of a fairy and the spirit of a fairy were perfectly displayed on her body. Han Yunshi immediately knew who she was. She was Duanmu Bei's younger sister, Western Zhou's Princess Chang'e, who was adored by everyone, Duanmu Yao. It was said that after this princess came of age, the number of nobles from various countries who came to the Western Zhou imperial palace to ask for her hand in marriage increased with each passing year. However, this princess had high standards and hadn't even looked at a single one of them. Han Yunshi remembered that she had never seen this princess before. However, why did her figure seem so familiar? As soon as Duanmu Yao entered and saw Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi, she stared blankly. She didn't expect that her senior brother would also come here. Moreover, he had even brought Han Yunshi. A trace of jealousy flashed through Duanmu Yao's eyes. She pretended that the previous unpleasantness with Long Fei Yi had not occurred. Striding forward, she deliberately bumped into Han Yunshi and snatched the position beside Long Fei Yi. Pleasantly surprised, she asked, "Senior brother, why are you here?" At this moment, Han Yunshi knew that the white-clothed girl who had courted death in the Snake Valley was her. So she was Long Fei Yi's junior sister. Could it be that she had been quarreling with her senior brother when she had fallen into the poisonous gas of the python in the Snake Valley? It seemed that her little junior sister's jealousy was very great. When Duanmu Yao arrived, Duanmu Bei's eyes flashed with calculation. He smiled and said, "Yao Yao, your senior brother wants to fight with us for the lifeblood pill? Why don't you fight with him?" Duanmu Yao was shocked. Frowning, she asked, "Senior brother, is this true? What do you want the lifeblood pill for?" A trace of impatience flashed through Long Fei Yi's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Han Yunshi beat him to it. She stood beside Long Fei Yi and looked at Duanmu Yao with raised brows. She earnestly said, "Your Highness, this concubine must have the life-blood pill." Duanmu Yao was shocked once again. How could this be? Senior brother was actually fighting for a woman? And he was even fighting with her? No, she absolutely wouldn't allow it. Moreover, she couldn't stand Han Yunshi calling herself, this concubine, in front of her senior brother. "Senior brother, the life-blood pill is mine. It wasn't easy for me to find the 7 stars caterpillar grass to exchange for it. You're not allowed to fight with me." Duanmu Yao's commanding tone was overbearing and spoiled. However, Long Fei Yi only pretended not to hear and ignored both Han Yunshi and Duanmu Yao. He coldly looked at Duanmu Bei. "Crown Prince Yi, since Lord Pillfiend has such intentions, why don't you two go out and fight?" If it was before, perhaps Duanmu Bei would have agreed. However, after exchanging a few blows, Duanmu Bei clearly knew that he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. A trace of insidiousness flashed through his eyes. Duanmu Bei smiled. "Since Yao Yao is here, you two should have a good spar. In my opinion, it's just a spar. There's no need to leave the valley." As he spoke, he looked at Lord Pillfiend. "Lord Pillfiend, what do you think?" Lord Pillfiend chuckled strangely. "A spar between senior brother and junior sister, hee. This lord likes it very much." Hearing this, Duanmu Bei immediately handed the 7 stars caterpillar grass to Duanmu Yao and informed her of Lord Pillfiend's conditions. Duanmu Yao was shocked and immediately grasped the 7 stars caterpillar grass tightly. "Lord Pillfiend." Long Fei Yi was about to retort. However, Lord Pillfiend laughed heartily. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, this lord is very much looking forward to it." As he spoke, He ordered the servants to serve tea, deciding to properly enjoy a good show. Long Fei narrowed his eyes dangerously at the sight of such a shameless thing. Han Yunxi silently cursed him in her heart. Let's have Duanmu Yao come out instead. It was impossible to explain things clearly between martial brother and junior sister. Forget about the results, even the process of a duel between martial brother and junior sister was hard to predict. Duanmu Yao looked like she was going to risk her life to protect the 7 stars caterpillar grass. Would Long Fei Yi let Duanmu Yao do it? Although his attitude towards Duanmu Yao had been very cold, his performance in the Snake Valley had been very positive. His anxiousness was clearly because he was afraid that Duanmu Yao would be hurt, so much so that he had even left her to die at the side. Han Yunxi thought of this and silently shed a tear in her heart. Thus, she threw caution to the wind. In any case, she was only responsible for saving people. Whether or not she could obtain the life-blood pill wasn't within the scope of her responsibility. Chapter 61. With this thought, Han Yunxi felt much more at ease. She quietly retreated to the side and sat down, ready to watch the show. Your Highness Duke of Qin, Chenxia looks forward to your performance. Since Pill Fiend had spoken, Duanmu Bei's lips curled into a mocking smile. Your Highness Duke of Qin, it's just a spar. Don't take it too seriously. After he finished speaking, he retreated to the side. The room fell silent. Everyone's gaze fell on Long Fei Yi, nervous and expectant. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi's first reaction caught everyone off guard. His icy gaze fell on Duanmu Yao's hand, his expression grim and determined. His figure suddenly flashed and closed in on Duanmu Yao. This guy really wanted to steal. Han Yunxi jumped in fright, but she quickly recovered. She really wanted to cheer for Long Fei Yi. Although she knew that Long Fei Yi was only doing this to obtain the life-blood pill, she was still very happy. Senior brother, junior sister, whatever, they could go to hell. She decided to forgive this guy for his actions in Snake Valley. The most surprised were the siblings, Duanmu Bei and Duanmu Yao. Duanmu Yao instantly retreated, her eyes turning red. Although senior brother always ignored her, that was because of senior brother's cold temperament. After so many years, senior brother had never snatched anything from her. Today, he actually stole something from her for Han Yunxi. He wanted to steal something from her and give it to Han Yunxi. No. Duanmu Yao couldn't accept this reality. She fiercely glared at Han Yunxi, wishing she could rush over and tear that woman apart right now. Duanmu Bei angrily said, Long Fei Yi, are you trying to steal a woman's things? That thing isn't hers. Long Fei Yi retorted domineeringly. Duanmu Bei's despicable behavior left him speechless. Duanmu Yao huffed and looked at Long Fei Yi in a fit of pique. She simply hid the 7 stars caterpillar grass in her chest, then puffed out her chest and sucked in her stomach. She fearlessly said, Senior brother, this is a rare opportunity. Let's have a good competition. If you want to steal it, then come. Suddenly, the room became silent, and then Old Man Pill Fiend laughed loudly. His voice was sometimes strange, sometimes deep and old, and sometimes bright and cheerful, filling the entire room. Good idea, ha ha. Han Yunxi's mouth twitched as she watched. Duanmu Yao, you win. Have you no shame? A man's despicableness can never compare to a woman's despicableness. Long Fei Yi's face darkened, and a hint of disgust flashed through his eyes. Both sides were in a deadlock. As His Excellency Pill Fiend's laughter gradually stopped, the room fell into silence. Pill Fiend sat loftily in the host's seat, his mood extremely cheerful. It had been a long time since Pill Fiend Valley had been so lively. He swept his gaze over the crowd before resting on Han Yunxi, his long, narrow eyes narrowing playfully. Everyone was standing and in a deadlock. This woman was interesting. She was actually sitting and watching the show like him. Thus, in the silence, His Excellency Pill Fiend opened his mouth, his tone slow and leisurely. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, isn't it more appropriate for a woman to steal from a woman?" These words were undoubtedly aimed at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi's eyes widened as she looked at His Excellency Pill Fiend. What was this old thing trying to do? Duanmu Bei and Duanmu Yao both looked at Han Yunshi. Only now did they notice that she was actually sitting leisurely to the side. Seeing Han Yunshi's leisurely attitude, Duanmu Yao became even more furious. What right did she have? Duanmu Yao had already seen Han Yunshi's cowardice and incompetence in Snake Valley. She didn't want to fight with her senior brother, but now His Excellency Pill Fiend had given her a good idea. Her lips curved in ridicule, Duanmu Yao sneered. "Han Yunshi, if you want something, then come and steal it yourself. This princess will give you 3 moves. Long Fei Yi said indifferently, "His Excellency Pill Fiend, she doesn't know martial arts." Doesn't know martial arts? His Excellency Pill Fiend seemed somewhat suspicious. Where did a woman who didn't know martial arts get the confidence to sit here so calmly and leisurely? How could Duanmu Yao know the truth about Long Fei Yi wanting the lifeblood pill? Seeing him so protective, her eyes seemed to be dipped in poison. "If you don't have the ability, then don't come out and make a fool of yourself." Han Yunshi was satisfied with Long Fei Yi's performance. At least he hadn't changed his stance from beginning to end. Seeing Duanmu Yao so arrogant, she wasn't anxious. She slowly stood up and put on a pitiful expression. "His Excellency Pill Fiend, it's so rude for a woman to get physical. Besides, I don't know martial arts. How about we compete in something else?" Before Pill Fiend could say anything, Duanmu Yao angrily asked, "Han Yunshi, what do you mean? Who are you calling rude?" "Whoever minds, I'm talking about," Han Yunshi said calmly. Duanmu Yao was about to lose her temper when Han Yunshi quickly added, "As the Grand Princess of Western Zhou, your name spreads throughout the country. You're perfect in all 3 aspects, literary, martial, and physical. You must have excellent self-cultivation, so how could you be rude?" Duanmu Yao was about to explode when she heard those words. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't express it. She could only suppress it in her heart. Duanmu Bei narrowed his eyes. Although he was angry, there was also a trace of admiration in his eyes. This woman who didn't know martial arts was even more formidable than a woman who knew martial arts. Long Fei Yi's lips curved up slightly, but His Excellency Pill Fiend laughed out loud in delight. He loved this show too much. Duanmu Yao couldn't vent her anger. She took a few deep breaths before forcing herself to calm down. "Fine, Han Yunshi, this princess agrees. You can compete in anything you want." Han Yunshi was right. She was one of Cloud Realm Continent's famous talented women. She was perfect in all 3 aspects, literary, martial, and physical. This weak woman's competition was nothing more than child's play in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She'd grown tired of those things since she was young. Han Yunshi was just the first wife's daughter who'd fallen out of favor from a small family. What could she use to compete with her? Han Yunshi knitted her brows and thought. For the sake of fairness, Your Excellency Pill Fiend should decide the competition. Naturally, His Excellency Pill Fiend agreed. No matter who won or lost, he'd still get 2 treasures. Watching women fight was much better than watching men fight. Very good, then it's decided. He laughed strangely again, seeming to be very excited. This Excellency will set the questions, so you 2 can compete, but he was stuck here. What should they compete in? His Excellency Pill Fiend immediately quieted down. Having gotten used to his strange laughter, Han Yunshi didn't find it so terrifying anymore. But now she suddenly realized that this strange thing was most terrifying when he was quiet. Although she was far away, she could still sense the mysterious and terrifying aura emanating from his body. Heaven knows what kind of terrifying questions he'd set? Duanmu Yao raised her chin and gave Han Yunshi a provocative look. She was determined to win and was extremely arrogant. No matter what the competition was, She had to perform well in front of her senior brother and humiliate this Qin Wangfei in front of him. Although Han Yunxi wasn't confident, anything was better than martial arts. She probably wasn't even as strong as Duanmu Yao. Han Yunxi might lose in person, but she didn't lose in spirit. She arched a brow and looked back provocatively. So what if she was a princess? She could even take care of her own country's princess, to say nothing of a neighboring country's. After a long time, His Excellency Pill Fiend slowly raised his head. This Excellency has thought it through. Everyone immediately looked over. His Excellency Pill Fiend was in a good mood as he laughed strangely. Find medicine. You too can compete to find medicine. Find medicine? Find what medicine? How do we find it? Duanmu Yao was very surprised. This was completely outside of her expectations. This Excellency will provide a prescription and a book of medicinal sketches for you to find in the entire Medicine Ghost Valley. Whoever finds all the ingredients in the prescription first wins. His Excellency Pill Fiend said smugly. He was very satisfied with his idea. A trace of calculation flitted through Duanmu Yao's eyes. She didn't know anything about medicinal ingredients, but what about Han Yunxi? This woman was the Han family's trash. Although rumors about her becoming a genius doctor overnight were flying all over the Ning imperial city, Duanmu Yao didn't believe it. She felt that it was nothing more than a rumor spread by this woman herself. Otherwise, with so many people coming to seek medical treatment, why didn't she see a single one? Therefore, Han Yunxi should be the same as her. She didn't know anything about medicinal ingredients. If Han Yunxi didn't know anything about medicinal ingredients like her, then wouldn't she have an advantage? After all, the Medicine Ghost Valley was so big. Finding medicinal ingredients all over the valley was a very tiring task. Judging from Han Yunxi's frail body, she definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Even if her body could bear it, her speed was far slower than hers. Thinking of this, Duanmu Yao immediately said flatteringly, His Excellency Pill Fiend is indeed an expert. Even the questions you come up with are different from ordinary people. However, I don't know if we can let outsiders help us find medicine? Since it's a competition between the two of you, naturally no outsiders can help. His Excellency Pill Fiend seriously replied. Hearing this, Duanmu Yao became even more confident. Without Long Fei Ye's help, how far could Han Yunxi walk with her pair of legs? How fast could she walk? If she flew with her qinggong, she could walk for half a day. His Excellency Pill Fiend, I'm willing to challenge you. Duanmu Yao was very straightforward. Pill Fiend was very satisfied. Looking at Han Yunxi, he asked, Qin Wangfei, what about you? It's a bit difficult. Han Yunxi sighed softly. You can also admit defeat right now. Duanmu Yao immediately taunted. Unexpectedly, Han Yunxi earnestly replied, Although it's a bit difficult, I'm still from a medical family. Princess Changle, don't you think it's unfair for us to compete in finding medicinal ingredients? Smiling mockingly, Duanmu Yao said in a low voice, It's said that you're the first good-for-nothing in the history of the Han family. How pitiful! There's no harm in this princess letting you win. So you're saying that Princess Changle feels that this competition is very fair? Han Yunxi asked again. Duanmu Bei listened from the side and felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, Duanmu Yao, who had a guilty conscience, was afraid that Han Yunxi would bring up the issue of her physical strength. Impatiently she said, It's very fair. If you agree, then let's begin immediately. Han Yunxi appeared helpless, nodding her head. Okay, since there was someone who wanted to court a snub, what could she do? Han Yunxi definitely wouldn't tell Duanmu Yao that when she was studying Chinese medicine, there was a period of time where she was specifically trained to search for medicinal ingredients in the mountains. Medicinal ingredients had different growth habits and grew in different locations. Moreover, some medicinal ingredients grew together, while others absolutely couldn't grow together. As long as she was familiar with the growth habits and patterns of these medicinal ingredients, not to mention a valley, even if she was given an entire mountain, she would still be able to find the medicinal ingredients in a short period of time. To make a living, how could she not have a few tricks up her sleeve? Hearing Han Yunxi agree, Duanmu Yao's lips curled into a snicker. She couldn't wait to see her lose Long Fei Ye's poisonous python pill. Very good. Since you've agreed, then you're not allowed to go back on your word. If you go back on your word, this Darren will be very unhappy. Pill Fiend's laughter seemed to be both a joke and a warning. Finished speaking, he lazily got up and walked gracefully towards his desk to write down a prescription. Medicine Ghost Valley had so many medicinal ingredients. What kind of prescription would he write down? Chapter 62. His Excellency Pill Fiend's bony hands were basically just skin and bones. The joints of his bones were particularly prominent, and they were black in color, causing others to feel their hair stand on end. However, such a hand was able to grasp the brush in a proper manner, and the words he wrote were vigorous and majestic with an unrestrained attitude. Soon, His Excellency Pill Fiend had filled an entire piece of paper with more than 20 medicinal ingredients. Seeing this, Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a complicated look, and he said unhappily, "How long do you want them to search for the life-blood pill for emergency use?" His Excellency Pill Fiend, we can't afford to waste time waiting for people who need to be saved. Duanmu Bei also spoke up. Cough cough. His Excellency Pill Fiend coughed a few times, unhappy. There weren't many medicinal ingredients, and they only needed to search for a while. Wasn't that fun? They needed to search for at least 10 days to half a month. That way, he could watch beauties search for medicinal ingredients every day and wouldn't be bored. As for whether they saved lives or not, what did that have to do with him? There were many people waiting outside the valley to be saved. If you think it's too much, then don't play. His Excellency Pill Fiend sneered. This time, Duanmu Bei and Duanmu Yao were anxious. Just as they were about to agree, Long Fei Yi said, "All right." After saying that, he actually turned to leave. His Excellency Pill Fiend suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Long Fei Ye's back, emitting a dangerous aura from head to toe. Long Fei Yi could feel a powerful aura pressing against him from behind, but his expression was still cold and arrogant. His footsteps were firm, and he even urged Han Yunxi, "Still not leaving?" Competing to find medicinal ingredients was Han Yunxi's strong point. Long Fei Yi didn't want to refuse, but if there were so many medicinal ingredients, Han Yunxi wouldn't be able to beat Han Yunxi in terms of physical strength. In the end, she would still lose. Long Fei Yi wouldn't let this step pass. Of course, Han Yunxi was well aware of her own strengths and weaknesses. She couldn't help but admire Long Fei's boldness. She followed him without another word. Seeing that the two were really about to leave, the anger in Pill Fiend's eyes grew more and more intense. Even Duanmu Yao, who was closest to him, felt inexplicably afraid. At this time, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had already reached the door and were about to leave. Suddenly, a butterfly dart flew out from His Excellency Pill Fiend's hand. Its trajectory couldn't be seen as it approached Long Fei Yi in the blink of an eye. However, Long Fei Yi didn't even turn around. An invisible force shook out from his back and directly shook the butterfly dart back to His Excellency Pill Fiend. Seeing this, Duanmu Yao and Duanmu Bei were shocked. They didn't expect that in just a few months, Long Fei Ye's martial arts had improved so much. His Excellency Pill Fiend had been longing for the poisonous python pill for many years, so how could he let Long Fei Yi really leave? Moreover, the life-blood pill wasn't unique to Medicine Ghost Valley. Other places should have it as well. With Long Fei Ye's ability, it wasn't impossible for him to find it. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't even look back as he stepped out of the door, His Excellency Pill Fiend finally opened his mouth cold. "Long Fei Yi, this Excellency promises you." At this time, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi returned. Needless to say, these two really did look like husband and wife. Both of them were calm and composed. His Excellency Pill Fiend looked at them cold. A trace of hatred flashed through his eyes. Long Fei Yi, you win this time. You better never come and beg me for the secret medicine of Medicine Ghost Valley's poison sect. Moreover, this Excellency will take revenge for you right now. Medicine Ghost Valley's Excellency Pill Fiend tore up the first secret prescription and picked up the brush again. The more anxious Long Fei Yi was, the more he wanted to stall for time. He didn't need to write down a lot of medicinal ingredients, just a few. He could make it so that Han Yunxi and Duanmu Yao wouldn't be able to find it for a year and a half. When the time came, he wanted to see if Long Fei Yi or Duanmu Bei would be the first to panic. His Excellency Pill Fiend's brush hovered over the white paper. This time, he didn't write immediately. Instead, he seriously pondered. There were many kinds of medicines that were difficult to find. Some looked like ordinary medicines but were extremely good at hiding. They were clearly right in front of your eyes but couldn't be found. Some had very harsh growth conditions and couldn't be found, let alone medicinal ingredients. Some were rare and had a long growth cycle. At most, there were 1 or 2 stalks in the valley. Naturally, His Excellency Pill Fiend had to write down all kinds of medicines that met all kinds of conditions. Everyone was waiting. Duanmu Yao glanced at Han Yunxi several times, her gaze cold and disdainful. Han Yunxi didn't want to play the battle of gazes with her this time. She moved closer to Long Fei Ye's side on purpose. Seeing this, Duanmu Yao was so angry that she immediately turned her head away. She didn't want to look any more. Long Fei Yi lowered his head and looked disdainfully at Han Yunxi, then took a step back to reject her. Han Yunxi was instantly embarrassed. However, Duanmu Yao didn't see this scene. Han Yunxi felt a little stifled. She thought that if it wasn't Long Fei Yi who wanted the life-blood pill today, but she wanted it, he would probably be the one to stand by and watch with folded arms. In fact, there was no need to suspect that this guy and Duanmu Yao were martial brothers or sisters. This guy was cold and emotionless to everyone. In his heart, there were no exceptions. Finally, after a long wait, His Excellency Pill Fiend made up his mind. He picked up the brush and wrote down 3 types of medicines on the white paper. He made 2 copies and handed them to Han Yunxi and Duanmu Yao. Han Yunxi didn't even look when Duanmu Yao read them out one by one. 7 Death's Hawktail, Simple White Yimi, Ghost Hits the Wall. This. Hearing these names, Han Yunxi was instantly dumbstruck. She abruptly looked at the prescription in her hand and read it word by word to make sure there was no mistake. Heavens, it was actually these 3 medicines! Han Yunxi was so excited that she wanted to cry. Thus, in the eyes of outsiders, she looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears. Seeing her like this, Long Fei Ye's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He couldn't figure out this woman. However, Duanmu Yao laughed. Qin Wangfei, you come from a medical family. You've seen these 3 medicines before, right? Han Yunxi took a deep breath before shaking her head. I've never seen him before. Duanmu Yao was instantly filled with confidence. Very good, this was the time to compete in physical strength. Very quickly, His Excellency Pill Fiend ordered people to deliver 2 medicinal herb atlases. How is it? Shall we begin? His Excellency Pill Fiend asked impatiently. No problem. Duanmu Yao had been itching to give it a try since a long time ago. As long as she had the atlases for comparison, with her speed and physical strength, even digging 3 feet into the ground of Medicine Ghost Valley wouldn't be a problem. Han Yunxi tightly gripped the atlases. Amen. Good, begin. This Excellency will wait here. Before His Excellency Pill Fiend could finish speaking, Duanmu Yao took the atlases and rushed out the door in a flash. So fast. Ahahaha. This Excellency is looking forward to it. His Excellency Pill Fiend was laughing so hard that he was about to dance with joy. Of course, he was more concerned about Han Yunxi. Who told Long Fei Yi to offend him? Seeing Duanmu Yao move so quickly, Han Yunshi gave a start before recovering her senses. She grabbed the medicinal plant diagrams and ran outside, but her running speed made His Excellency Pill Fiend anxious for her sake. His Excellency Pill Fiend stood up and followed beside Han Yunshi. Although he seemed to be walking slowly, he was actually faster than Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi, you can't be so slow. This Excellency might as well tell you that in the entire Medicine Ghost Valley, there's only one wall-hitting ghost. If you're late, you'll lose. Han Yunshi turned around and pretended to be shocked. Really? His Excellency Pill Fiend smiled until his long and flirtatious eyes narrowed into a straight line. This Excellency has never lied to a woman. Then many thanks. Han Yunshi smiled sweetly and sped up. When she finally reached the courtyard, Duanmu Yao had already disappeared. Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Bei had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing that Han Yunshi had only just arrived, Duanmu Bei's lips curled into a mocking smile as he teased. Qin Wangfei, you're so slow. Are you very confident? Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi actually turned around and regained her excited expression from when she saw the prescription. She nodded repeatedly, very much agreeing with Duanmu Bei's words. This time, she didn't look like she wanted to cry but had no tears. Instead, she was truly excited. Duanmu Bei stared blankly. What was wrong with this woman? What did her expression mean? He had to admit that even Long Fei Yi was confused by Han Yunshi. What kind of reaction was this? Did she recognize these three herbs, or did she just happen to not recognize them? Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi actually ignored them. She found a stone stool to the side and sat down, gently stroking her chest to calm herself down. Seeing this, even the smug His Excellency Pill Fiend quieted down. This woman couldn't be thinking of directly giving up, right? If that was the case, then he should prepare to properly mock Long Fei Yi. Han Yunshi really wasn't deliberately mystifying things. She was really excited. She couldn't even use words to express it. Looking at His Excellency Pill Fiend, she wanted to pounce over and give him 32 likes. His Excellency Pill Fiend was truly a genius. No, he was a demon genius. The three herbs he wrote down were all poisons. Moreover, the most important thing was that these three herbs were all in this courtyard. One had to know that this place was the easiest place for people to overlook, so that idiot Duanmu Yao immediately rushed out. There were two types of poisonous herbs. One type had to be boiled to extract the poison, so it was classified as a hidden poisonous herb. The other type would reveal the poison even when it sprouted, so it was classified as a dominant poisonous herb. Unfortunately, the three herbs that His Excellency Pill Fiend wrote down all belonged to the latter type. When Han Yunshi entered the Medicine Ghost Valley, the detoxification system had warned her several times that there were many poisons in this valley. And when she entered this courtyard, the detoxification system had warned her again. She was most familiar with vegetable-type poisons. She didn't need to examine these dominant poisonous herbs at all. She could casually sweep her eyes over them and know what kind of poisonous herb it was. Duanmu Yao, go look carefully. 7 Death's Hawktail and Single White Yimi aren't ordinary herbs, but very rare ones. Even if there were a second or third one in this valley, His Excellency Pill Fiend himself might not be able to find it in a short amount of time. And there was only one wall-hitting ghost. It should have been specially cultivated by His Excellency Pill Fiend, so it would never be found outside. Leaving Long Fei Yi, Duanmu Bei, and His Excellency Pill Fiend to look at her in astonishment, Han Yunshi patted her chest. Such an exciting matter, give her a bit of time to calm down. Finally, Duanmu Bei couldn't bear it any more and asked unhappily, Qin Wangfei, are you still not going to look? Are you going to admit defeat? Even at death's door, she was still arrogant. In a moment, just wait to cry. Han Yunshi stood up and smiled. Crown Prince Yi, Princess Changle is impatient. Why are you also impatient? As she spoke, she handed over the medicinal herb atlas that she hadn't flipped through to Long Fei Yi. "Your Imperial Highness, help me hold this." A trace of amusement flashed through Long Fei Yi's eyes. He did not speak, silently taking the atlas. Duanmu Bei was speechless, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. Could it be that this woman was confident? However, this thought was quickly rejected by him. Impossible. Even if she recognized those medicinal herbs, it was impossible for her to immediately find them. Where did her self-confidence come from? She was only deliberately mystifying things. Thinking of this, Duanmu Bei crossed his arms, his expression cold. He would wait and see. He did not believe that Han Yunshi would fool around. However, His Excellency Pill Fiend, who had a guilty conscience, felt uneasy. This woman was sitting in the courtyard, not leaving. Could it be that she had discovered something? Chapter 63. Looking at Han Yunshi, who didn't seem to intend to leave the courtyard, Pill Fiend couldn't help feeling suspicious. However, he still didn't believe that Han Yunshi could find the 3 herbs. He had racked his brains to think of the 3 herbs, and they all grew in this courtyard. No matter how smart a person was, they wouldn't think of it so quickly. Besides, even if Han Yunshi suspected that the herbs grew in this courtyard, she still had to look for them. Pill Fiend thought, and his eyes fell on the herb atlas in Long Fei Yi's hands. Han Yunshi hadn't even flipped through it. Even if she suspected that the 3 herbs were in this courtyard, she still had to spend time looking for them, and she might not be able to find them. Thinking of this, Pill Fiend felt more relieved. He was still very confident in the question he had set. He glanced at the expressionless and calm Long Fei Yi, and his flirtatious eyes revealed an evil smile. He thought to himself, let's see how arrogant this guy can be. If Han Yunshi can't find the herbs in 3 days, he, who is anxious to save people, will have to beg obediently by then. Unexpectedly, just as Pill Fiend was feeling smug, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He subconsciously looked back and met Han Yunshi's smiling eyes. Pill Fiend was slightly startled and puzzled. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi's beautiful eyes turned and looked at the stone steps on the right side behind him. The stone steps were covered with moss, and there was a circle of dog's tail around the edge of the moss. Following Han Yunshi's gaze, Pill Fiend's eyes fell on the dog's tail grass. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and almost stopped. It should be known that the 7 Deaths iris was mixed in this circle of dog's tail grass. Could it be if he could see Pill Fiend's face, he would definitely see his tightly knitted brows. No, this must be a coincidence. Han Yunshi was a good-for-nothing. How could she recognize the 7 Deaths iris without looking at the herb atlas? It should be known that many pharmacists didn't even know what the 7 Deaths iris looked like. His Excellency Pill Fiend quickly withdrew his line of sight, a malicious glint flashing through his eyes. He firmly believed that Han Yunshi couldn't find her. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi stood up and personally walked over. This time, His Excellency Pill Fiend's line of sight immediately followed her. He saw Han Yunshi accurately grasping an herb that was very similar to a green dog's tail and was about to uproot it. "Stop!" His Excellency Pill Fiend cried out in alarm. This voice was not the least bit eccentric, nor was it the least bit deep or old. It was very, very fierce, and one could vaguely hear a trace of his true voice. Han Yunshi didn't let go. She smiled and said, 7 deadly iris, right? Although she had already grasped it, His Excellency Pill Fiend was still somewhat unable to accept it from her own mouth. Was this the rhythm of a piece of trash going against the heavens? Pill Fiend narrowed his eyes and didn't answer for a long time. Han Yunshi shrugged and pretended to pull it out. His Excellency Pill Fiend was furious and had no choice but to answer, "Yes." As soon as these words came out, Duanmu Bei suddenly stood up from the side with an expression of disbelief. Han Yunshi, how did you know that the 7 deadly iris was in the courtyard, and how did you find it? His Excellency Pill Fiend was also very curious. This woman didn't even look at the atlas and found it with a single glance. She didn't even have the time to look for it and seemed to have found it with a single glance. Because I'm smart. Han Yunshi smiled and let go. This 7 deadly iris was still very young. She was someone who loved medicine and wouldn't recklessly waste a natural treasure. Of course, the more important reason was that she couldn't afford to compensate His Excellency Pill Fiend. Smart? I think you're cheating. You're clearly a piece of trash, so how did you know about the 7 deadly iris? Duanmu Bei mocked and ridiculed. Just now, someone personally said that it was fair. What, are you going to act shamelessly now? Crown Prince Yi, I only found one. Don't be so unconfident in your sister, Han Yunshi joked. Her words made Duanmu Bei speechless. If he continued, it would undoubtedly be a slap to his and Yao Yao's face. Heh, this crown prince doesn't believe that you can find a second one. Duanmu Bei said hatefully. This lord also doesn't believe that you can find a second one. His Excellency, Pill Fiend, narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Yunshi, his gaze never leaving her. His voice and gaze were faint. Even if it was such a coincidence that Han Yunshi knew about the 7 deadly iris, she couldn't possibly recognize Simple by Yimi, right? He didn't believe this. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi faintly smiled. Her quick-witted and crafty eyes moved again as she looked at the grass under the fence in front of her. With his first experience, even Duanmu Bei nervously followed her to look. Duanmu Bei looked over, but he didn't understand anything and couldn't see anything. However, His Excellency Pill Fiend instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. His slightly narrowed eyes suddenly became serious. He didn't need to follow Han Yunshi's gaze to know what was in the grass under the fence in front of them. Some fine wildflowers bloomed in that small patch of grass. Among them, there was only one white flower. It was very inconspicuous, but it was the priceless Simple by Yimi grass. Could it be that Han Yunshi even recognized Simple by Yimi? Han Yunshi withdrew her gaze and looked at His Excellency Pill Fiend's stiff body. She smiled especially brightly. Simple by Yimi, do you still need me to point it out? His Excellency Pill Fiend didn't answer. His gaze was firmly fixed on her eyes, as if it was really nailed there. His Excellency Pill Fiend had never failed in the field of medicine. Although he didn't personally participate in the competition today, he was the one who came up with the questions. He originally didn't intend for others to find it, but he didn't expect that Han Yunshi would actually find 2 plants in less than an hour. Although she said she was looking for it, she actually didn't look for it at all, okay? She even recognized Simple by Yimi. What happened to the so-called trash? Even if she was an extremely powerful pharmacist, recognizing the 7 deaths hawthorn was already very impressive. Simple by Yimi was a medicine even rarer than the 7 deaths hawthorn, and it was also a poison. His Excellency Pill Fiend, that little white flower is Simple by Yimi. Do you want me to go over and point it out? It's that white one, just one. Han Yunshi deliberately explained in detail. His Excellency Pill Fiend took a deep breath. He racked his brains to come up with this question, but it was actually so easily solved by someone. There was also the last poisonous herb, Ghost Hits the Wall. Could it be that she had already found it long ago? His Excellency Pill Fiend still didn't reply, but Duanmu Bei abruptly picked up Long Fei's illustrated collection of medicinal plants from the coffee table. He flipped to the marked pages and found a description of Shan by Yimi. He deliberately walked over to compare. With this comparison, Duanmu Bei was stupefied on the spot. It really was Simple by Yimi. Crown Prince Yi, it's correct, right? Han Yunshi asked with a smile. The atlas fell to the ground. Duanmu Bei slowly stood up, his face frighteningly dark. You also found the last Ghost Hits the Wall? A trace of craftiness flashed through Han Yunshi's eyes, and she suddenly looked to the right. Duanmu Bei reflexively looked to the right, and then Han Yunshi looked to the left. Duanmu Bei also turned to the left. Ha ha ha, it's under your feet. Han Yunshi laughed loudly. Duanmu Bei actually lowered his head. Seeing this, Han Yunshi laughed so hard that she almost fell down. There was nothing under Duanmu Bei's feet. He was actually tricked. Duanmu Bei's face alternated between white and red, and his hands clenched into fists. His Excellency Pil Fiend's eyes were dark and gloomy. He had personally planted ghost hits the wall on the roof, and it looked no different from weed. Not to mention pharmacists, even many top-notch poison masters who came here couldn't find it. Han Yunshi tricked Duanmu Bei because she probably couldn't find it, right? Thinking of this, Pil Fiend regained some confidence and quickly calmed down. He reminded her in a strange tone, Han Yunshi, you found 7 deaths Hawkdale and Shan Bai Yimi, but if you can't find ghost hits the wall, you can't win. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Han Yunshi's eyes became meaningful. Seeing this, Pil Fiend panicked. However, this meaningful look quickly disappeared, and Han Yunshi inadvertently glanced at the roof. This inadvertent glance was far more meaningful than the previous one, and it made Pil Fiend's heart jump. Could it be that she even found ghost hits the wall? Was she a genius? In order to find this ghost hits the wall to plant, Pil Fiend had traversed mountains and ridges for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing Pil Fiend's nervousness, Han Yunshi smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. However, Duanmu Bei saw her and Pil Fiend exchanging glances and immediately understood. Ghost hits the wall was also planted in this courtyard. How could it be like this? These were all very rare herbs, and Pil Fiend had just said that there was only one ghost hits the wall. How could Yao Yao, who had rushed out long ago, find it? Duanmu Bei couldn't care less about where the third herb was. Right now, he was most concerned about his little sister. Although he was a cruel and insidious person, he loved his little sister to the bone. He couldn't bear to see her suffer even the slightest grievance. Pil Fiend, you asked a good question. Duanmu Bei angrily turned and was about to leave, but Long Fei Ye's figure flashed and blocked his path. He coldly said, the rules were just set. Bystanders can't help. Don't forget. Duanmu Bei was angry, but he had no reason to leave. Pil Fiend was present, so he didn't dare to act shamelessly. He could only sit on the side and sulk. This time, they were definitely going to lose. Pil Fiend wasn't in the mood to care about Duanmu Bei. At this time, his attention was all on Han Yunshi, and his gaze never left her. He really wanted to know whether Han Yunshi recognized ghost hits the wall. He was waiting for Han Yunshi to say it. And the helpless Duanmu Bei could only wait, waiting for Han Yunshi to reveal the answer and then find Yao Yao. However, Han Yunshi just sat there without saying anything, and her eyes didn't move. At this time, Duanmu Yao Yao was searching for the 7 deaths iris all over the valley. She looked at the pictures and explanations on the herb atlas 3 or 4 times, and she thought that she was smart enough to find the foxtail bush first. Thus, she flew all over the valley, and whenever she saw a large patch of foxtail bush, she would land and carefully compare it with the herb atlas. How could she know everything that happened in Pil Fiend's courtyard? As she searched, she didn't forget to think about Han Yunshi. She thought that Han Yunshi would be courting death just by looking for the foxtail bush. After eliminating a large patch of foxtail bush, Duanmu Yao Yao tapped her feet lightly and continued to fly to the next area. Although the task was a little difficult, she was still very confident. Soon, the sky began to darken. It was already dark, but Han Yunshi still hadn't found ghost hits the wall. Of course, she never left the courtyard. Medicine Ghost Valley lit a lantern in the courtyard. Duanmu Bei paced back and forth at the entrance of the courtyard, his face pale and his heart burning with anxiety. However, he couldn't go out and warn her. Pil Fiend squatted on a flower bed at the side, occasionally glancing at the roof and occasionally glancing at Han Yunshi. He still waited patiently. Chapter 64. For the entire afternoon, Duanmu Bei had been urging Han Yunshi to hurry up and find the wall-hitting ghost. Now that things had reached a point of no return, He would rather lose early than let Yao Yao foolishly search outside. But Han Yunxi wasn't in a hurry. At this time, she was sitting at the stone table with Long Feiyi, drinking tea and eating snack. Long Feiyi lifted his robe and sat casually, his entire body emitting a cold and domineering aura as if he was the master of this courtyard. Han Yunxi propped up her head with one hand and held a teacup with the other, looking especially relaxed. Regarding the wall-hitting ghost, she didn't say anything and Long Feiyi also didn't ask anything. However, he had to admit that this woman once again gave him a surprise that could even be called a pleasant surprise. For no reason, he actually firmly believed that she would be able to find the wall-hitting ghost. Long Feiyi inadvertently raised his eyes to look at Han Yunxi, his deep and cold eyes flashing with a hint of recognition that even he himself didn't notice. This was the first time he acknowledged a woman like this. How many more skills did this woman have that he didn't know about? Finally, the sky was completely dark, but Duanmu Yao still hadn't returned. Duanmu Bei couldn't bear it anymore and strode in front of Han Yunxi. Qin Wangfei, since you've already found the wall-hitting ghost, then show it to avoid wasting everyone's time. With Han Yunxi's relaxed appearance, only a ghost would believe that she hadn't found the wall-hitting ghost. If she dragged on like this, it was undoubtedly purposely tormenting Yao Yao. Lord Pilfien's eyes lit up and a trace of complexity flashed through his eyes. He hoped that Han Yunxi could find the wall-hitting ghost to amaze him, but at the same time, he didn't want the question that he had carefully set to be solved so easily. Of course, what he hated the most was that he couldn't make Long Feiyi suffer. Han Yunxi raised her eyebrows and looked at Duanmu Bei, saying seriously, "Crown Prince Yi thinks too highly of me. From what I know, the wall-hitting ghost is very strange. Only one can grow on a mountain, or else all of them will die. This valley is so big, and His Excellency Pilfiend also said that there was only one medicinal herb. It really isn't easy to find. How could I find it so quickly?" Hearing Han Yunxi's words, His Excellency Pilfiend's eyes revealed a look of appreciation. At this point, he couldn't help but admire this woman. She even knew about the ghost labyrinth's habit. It seemed that she was a very knowledgeable fellow. She was young and a woman at that. She wasn't simple at all. His Excellency Pilfiend looked at Han Yunxi. As he looked, his eyes gradually narrowed, and admiration gradually replaced the original hostility. However, Han Yunxi's words were a form of mockery to Duanmu Bei. His Excellency Pilfiend had just said that there was only one wall-hitting ghost. Han Yunxi's emphasis was undoubtedly hinting to Duanmu Bei that she was doing it on purpose. Wasn't Duanmu Yao's speed very fast? She might as well take a few more laps outside. In any case, it was already dark and she didn't want to leave for the time being. Duanmu Bei clenched his fist so tightly that it made cracking sound. If it was Han Yunxi's man, he would definitely throw a punch at him. If Han Yunxi delayed in the courtyard for a day, Yao Yao would have to work hard for a day. If she delayed for a month, Yao Yao would have to work hard for a month, or even a year. Yao Yao was completely passive. How Duanmu Bei hoped that Yao Yao would be enlightened and come back to the courtyard to search. Compared to searching all over the valley, searching in such a small courtyard was simply too easy. However, even he himself didn't believe that Yao Yao would be enlightened and come back. Firstly, Yao Yao wasn't that smart. Secondly, he knew that girl's temperament. If she didn't find a single medicinal herb, she wouldn't come back because of her face. Duanmu Bei's heart was stifled with anger. He couldn't go down or up. The more he looked at Han Yunxi, the more his heart hurt. This crafty woman, what number one trash. What inability to recognize medicinal ingredients. It's all an act. Time passed little by little. His Excellency Pilfiend sent for dinner. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi both ate, but Duanmu Bei didn't have the slightest appetite. Yao Yao, Yao Yao. Come back for a bit. However, after an entire night, Duanmu Yao still hadn't returned. According to the old steward's report, Princess Changle had been seen flying all over the valley with a torch. Hearing this, Han Yunshi laughed out loud in front of everyone, nearly causing Duanmu Bei to vomit blood. With Long Fei Yi watching over Duanmu Bei, Han Yunshi was very relieved. She went to sleep early in the guest room. It had to be said that she made it so that even His Excellency Pill Fiend couldn't sleep. He accompanied Long Fei Yi to watch over Duanmu Bei. After the long journey, Han Yunshi slept especially deeply and soundly. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, she lazily walked into the courtyard. "Good morning." Han Yunshi was in a good mood and greeted everyone. Long Fei Yi raised his brows and glanced at her, not saying anything. His Excellency Pill Fiend muttered to himself, not knowing what to say. Duanmu Bei narrowed his eyes and suddenly rushed in front of Han Yunshi. However, at almost the same time, Long Fei Yi also arrived in front of her, protecting her behind him. Cold eyes gazed at Duanmu Bei, a trace of displeasure flashing through his sharp eyes. Although she knew that Long Fei Yi was protecting her for the sake of the life-blood pill, Han Yunshi still felt a bit of warmth in her heart. At the very least, this proved that she was worthy of the protection of the number one king of the world. "What exactly do you all want?" Duanmu Bei finally exploded. Although it was only one day and one night, his heart ached for his little sister. Yao Yao was a golden branch and jade leaf. Since childhood, she had been doted on by everyone. Even when she was training at her sect, she had never suffered such hardships. What's more, this was basically Han Yunshi's scheme. Han Yunshi was here to laugh at them. The longer this dragged on, the more humiliating it would be for them. This was the first time Duanmu Bei had suffered in front of a woman. Such humiliation was unbearable. "Crown Prince Yi, don't be impatient. I haven't found the third medicinal herb yet. If you can't wait, you can surrender. I won't stop you," Han Yunshi seriously suggested. As soon as these words came out, Duanmu Bei suddenly raised his hand and angrily said, "Han Yunshi, you." A trace of killing intent flashed through Long Fei Ye's eyes. He grabbed Duanmu Bei's wrist and coldly said, "Qin Wangfei, you can't afford to be fierce." Seeing Long Fei Ye's killing intent, Duanmu Bei was shocked. He had known Long Fei Yi for so many years, but when had he ever seen Long Fei Yi so serious about a woman? "Duke of Qin, don't tell me you really exchanged the life-blood pill for this woman." Duanmu Bei probed. Long Fei Yi fiercely pushed him away and pushed him to the side of the wall. He coldly replied, "It has nothing to do with you. Either surrender or wait on the side." Duanmu Bei clenched his fists until they cracked, but he had no choice but to continue waiting. Soon half a day passed. Han Yunshi basked in the sun while drinking tea. From time to time, she would look at Duanmu Bei with a smile that wasn't a smile, full of provocation. Duanmu Bei was already angry, so how could he withstand Han Yunshi's provocation? He had been proud his entire life, but this was the first time a woman had looked at him like this. How could he tolerate this? Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up and hatefully said, "Lord Pill Fiend, we surrender. Immediately call Yao Yao back." "Surrender?" Lord Pill Fiend dug his ears and loudly said, "What? What did Crown Prince Yi say?" This lord didn't hear it. When had Duanmu Bei, the bloodthirsty crown prince, ever been so sullen? When had he ever admitted defeat so easily? "We surrender. If you want the 7 stars caterpillar grass, then immediately call Yao Yao back." Duanmu Bei's anger overflowed to the heavens. His voice was so gloomy that it seemed to come from the underworld. A trace of disdain flashed through the depths of Pill Fiend's eyes. He immediately ordered, "Someone, go bring Princess Changle back." Duanmu Bei didn't even want to look at Han Yunshi. Lifting his robe, he sat to the side, his face dark. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. She looked towards Long Fei Yi with a smile, not avoiding the taboo of angering Duanmu Bei. Natural and unrestrained, she loudly said, "Long Fei Yi, I won." Han Yunshi's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Her entire being radiated with a threatening radiance. This radiance caused Long Fei Ye's gaze to be fixed on her face, not moving away for a long time. Seeing that Long Fei Ye was expressionless and had no reaction, Han Yunshi raised 2 fingers and made a V sign. Her smile became even more brilliant. Hey, we won! Long Fei Ye pulled at the corners of his mouth. It was unknown whether or not he was smiling. In short, it was very stiff. Han Yunshi really wanted to roll her eyes. Thinking about it, she decided to forget it. This large block of ice was born with facial paralysis. She was already used to it. Duanmu Bei was originally anxious. Hearing that Han Yunshi was so happy, he was unable to restrain his anger. Originally, he didn't want to look at her, but at this moment, he was fiercely glaring at her. If that gaze could kill, Han Yunshi would have been annihilated long ago. On the other hand, Pill Fiend faintly stared at Long Fei Yi. If it weren't for Han Yunshi's competition, he definitely wouldn't have allowed Long Fei Yi to take away the life-blood pill so easily. Where had this fellow found such an extraordinary woman? If she could stay in Medicine Ghost Valley, it would be a good choice. Soon, Duanmu Yao was brought back. Her entire person was much dimmer. Her long hair was disheveled, and her originally spotless white dress was speckled with dirt. She probably hadn't slept for the entire night. Her eyes were bloodshot and revealed an unconcealable exhaustion. The person who brought her back didn't tell her what happened. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw that Han Yunshi was also there. Duanmu Yao immediately perked up and sneered. What, Han Yunshi, are you going to admit defeat? Don't mention 3 herbs, this woman definitely couldn't find even one. If she didn't admit defeat, why did they bring her back? Han Yunshi didn't say anything. She looked at her up and down with great interest. Duanmu Bei was distressed for his sister and angry. He pulled Duanmu Yao over and said unhappily, "Take out the 7 stars caterpillar grass." When these words came out, Duanmu Yao was stunned. What? They won. Take it out. Duanmu Bei's expression darkened even more. Duanmu Yao was stunned again, then angrily said, "Impossible. How did they win? Where's the item?" Although she knew that her imperial brother wouldn't lie to her, she still couldn't believe it. This was too sudden. It was your imperial brother who admitted defeat to Lord Pillfiend. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lord Pillfiend. Han Yunshi smiled innocently. Duanmu Yao abruptly looked at Lord Pillfiend. Seeing Lord Pillfiend nod, she inconceivably retreated a few steps. She then grabbed Duanmu Bei's collar and angrily questioned, "Who told you to admit defeat? Who told you to admit defeat?" Duanmu Bei was a dignified crown prince, yet he didn't get angry when his sister grabbed his collar like this. Instead, he looked distressed for her and explained in a low voice. However, before Duanmu Yao could finish listening, she was already furious. Obtaining the life-blood pill was one thing, but losing face was another. How could she lose to Han Yunshi? And in front of her senior brother. Where's the item? This princess wants to see it for herself. Duanmu Yao was extremely furious. She rushed in front of Han Yunshi, and even Duanmu Bei couldn't stop her. Han Yunshi was very willing to enlighten her. She pointed at the 7 Death's Hawktails and Shan Bai Yimi in the courtyard for Duanmu Yao to see. Duanmu Yao was surprised. After a while, she came back to her senses and realized how stupid she had been. Chapter 65. Duanmu Yao finally realized that not only had she been humiliated, but she had also brought shame upon herself. Han Yunshi had not left the courtyard at all. She had even found the ghostly labyrinth. Duanmu Yao had been stalling for time, allowing Duanmu Yao to run all over the mountain like a clown. Han Yunshi, you. Duanmu Yao was both embarrassed and angry. Pointing at Han Yunshi, she was so angry that she was almost speechless. You cheated. You come from a medical family and are familiar with medicinal ingredients, but I know nothing about them. This is unfair. I refuse to accept this. Han Yunshi had long known that this princess had no credibility to speak of. Looking towards Pill Fiend, she said, "Your Excellency, Pill Fiend, you must uphold justice." At this moment, Pill Fiend found Han Yunshi pleasing to the eye. Eccentrically, he warned, Princess Changle, before the competition, it was you who said that the rules were fair. Now that you want to go back on your word, this Darren will be very unhappy." Duanmu Yao did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. She still wanted to argue, but Duanmu Bei pulled her back, firmly gripping her wrist. In a low voice, he said, "Enough. This is not the place to make trouble." Although His Excellency Pill Fiend was eccentric, unpredictable, and even crazy, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After being humiliated once, Duanmu Bei didn't want to be known as someone who couldn't afford to lose a bet. He also didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Even her imperial brother was somewhat angry. Although Duanmu Yao was extremely unwilling, she still turned around and obediently took out the 7 stars caterpillar grass from her chest. As soon as she handed it over to her imperial brother, tears streamed out of her eyes. Glancing resentfully at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi, she angrily turned around and ran out. "Han Yunshi, I hate you. Next time, I definitely won't let you off." Duanmu Bei handed the 7 stars caterpillar grass to Pill Fiend. Coldly, he said, "Your Excellency, a bet is a bet. This one keeps his word." Pill Fiend revealed a bony hand, grabbing it into his black robes. Soon, he began to cackle strangely, no longer paying attention to Duanmu Bei. "Duke of Qin, may we meet again someday." Duanmu Bei still had a bit of grace. He cupped his hands and bowed. Although he was talking to Long Fei Yi, he was warning Han Yunshi. "Han Yunshi, you really are a strange girl, but it's a pity you hurt Yao Yao and humiliated this prince. It's best if you don't fall into this prince's hands one day." After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Han Yunshi had seen even scarier warnings, so she wasn't afraid. She muttered, "If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat." "How is this admitting defeat?" After hiding the 7 stars caterpillar grass, His Excellency Pill Fiend laughed strangely. "Qin Wangfei, this Darren admires you sincerely." Han Yunshi immediately felt her hair stand on end. She subconsciously hid behind Long Fei Yi. She couldn't accept this strange thing's submission. Long Fei Yi handed over the poisonous python pill and reminded him coldly, "His Excellency Pill Fiend, you should take out the life-blood pills now." As soon as he saw Long Fei Yi, His Excellency Pill Fiend immediately put on an arrogant attitude and unhurriedly said, "Just wait." As he spoke, he unhurriedly went into the room to get it. After a long time, he finally returned with a brocade box and slowly opened it. Inside the box was a blood-red medicinal pills the size of a pellet. Upon closer inspection, one could even faintly smell the scent of blood. This was the life-blood pills that Gu Beiwei had mentioned. Han Yunshi's eyes immediately lit up. She reached out to take it, but who knew that His Excellency Pill Fiend would hurriedly take it back and laugh mischievously. "Qin Wangfei, if you tell me where the wall-hitting ghost is in this courtyard, this thing will belong to you. How about it?" Han Yunshi was stunned. Just as she was about to speak, Long Fei Yi coldly said, "Gu Qi Sha, are you going to go back on your word? This Darren isn't talking to you." His Excellency Pill Fiend's cold voice changed faster than flipping a book. "However," Han Yunshi said, "what if I'm not willing to tell you?" His Excellency Pill Fiend's eyes darkened. His killing intent suddenly appeared, but it was quickly concealed. He took a deep breath and handed over the life-blood pills with both hands. Han Yunshi was afraid that he would regret it, so she hurriedly put away the pouch for safekeeping. Then, she took a deep breath. The most important thing was finally in her hands. Long Tianma's illness could be considered to have mostly recovered. Now that they had the item, they naturally had to hurry back. Everyone in the Eastern Palace was probably anxious. Unexpectedly, His Excellency Pill Fiend actually followed them all the way to the door. He chuckled mischievously and pestered them. "Qin Wangfei, just tell me. You really found it, right?" Han Yunshi smiled mysteriously. Hee, I'll tell you when I come back next time. His Excellency Pill Fiend still wanted to pester her, but Long Fei Yi turned around and gave him a cold glance. His Excellency Pill Fiend only felt the killing intent around him suddenly rise. His narrow eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint as he provoked him back. However, when Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi walked out of the valley, His Excellency Pill Fiend didn't pester them anymore. Instead, he watched them from afar. Only when he saw their figures disappear did His Excellency Pill Fiend chuckle. Unexpectedly, not only was this voice extremely magnetic, it was also deep and pleasant to the ears. It was clearly the voice of a young man. His hands stretched out from his black robe. They were gentle like white jade and slender and good-looking. They were completely different from their previous emaciated appearance. Even the precious poisonous python pill and 7 stars caterpillar grass lying in his palms weren't as eye-catching as his hands. He muttered to himself with a mischievous smile, Han Yunshi. Interesting. We'll meet again someday. On the way back, Long Fei Yi asked Han Yunshi, "Where's the wall-hitting ghost in the courtyard?" She didn't expect this fellow to be curious as well. Han Yunshi said mysteriously, "I'm not telling you." His expression stiffened, a little surprised by Han Yunshi's reaction. But he quickly recovered his usual cold demeanor. The two of them hurried on their way, and arrived at Tianning's capital 3 days later in the morning. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi's absence had left the Emperor and Empress worried sick. If the Duke of Qin hadn't taken them away, everyone would have assumed that Han Yunshi had run away. It was still early in the morning, but the Eastern Palace was already packed with people. Emperor Tianhui came over as soon as he finished court, while the Empress Dowager and Empress stayed close to him. Even Han Kongan didn't leave, but respectfully waited behind the Empress Dowager. He didn't dare to voice his grievances. Gu Beiyue was inside the room, keeping watch by the Crown Prince's bedside. Your Majesty, the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei have entered the palace and are heading this way." Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had just entered the palace when eunuch Shui scrambled over to report. Emperor Tianhui was thrilled. "Did you bring back the life-blood pill?" Hearing this, Han Kongan grew nervous and stared fixedly at eunuch Shui, waiting for his reply. Han Yunshi had already analyzed the illness so thoroughly and insisted that her diagnosis wasn't wrong. Although Han Kongan had been forced into silence, he still refused to believe Han Yunshi's diagnosis. As long as they got the life-blood pill, Han Yunshi could start treatment. Then they'd know whether he or Han Yunshi was right. The Crown Prince's stomach was a child, so he wanted to see how Han Yunshi would turn the child into a malignant tumor. Eunuch Shui was in a difficult position. Your servant forgot to ask." Actually, Eunuch Shui didn't dare to ask. What right did he have to ask His Highness Duke of Qin? Even if he did, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't spare him a glance. "Useless thing, hurry up and go," the Empress Dowager scolded. She was even more anxious than Emperor Tianhui. Yes. Your servant will go right away." Eunuch Shui was about to leave when Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi entered the courtyard. The two of them were travel-worn from the journey, but still looked as elegant as ever. Long Fei Yi, especially, entered the courtyard. His tall and proud figure immediately gave everyone a sense of pressure. Only the Emperor's aura could rival his. Emperor Tianhui might be impatient, but he wasn't flustered. As soon as he saw Long Fei Yi enter, he stepped forward and asked with concern, "Duke of Qin, did your journey go smoothly?" "Thanks to Imperial Brother's good fortune, everything went smoothly." Long Fei Yi bowed with his hands clasped in front. Han Yunshi followed suit and bowed by his side. Then that's good. You may all rise," Emperor Tianhui said with a smile. Emperor Tianhui smiled. He didn't look anxious, but the people around him were burning with impatience. All of them were staring at Long Fei and Han Yunshi, waiting for news. "Then, did you bring back the life-blood pill?" Emperor Tianhui finally asked about business. Everyone grew nervous at these words, especially Han Kongan, who knitted his brows. Inside the room, Gu Beiyue and Crown Prince Long Tianma both stopped moving to listen in silence. Long Feiyi was expressionless. He wasn't anxious like the rest, because the item wasn't in his hands. Han Yunxi swept her eyes over the crowd, secretly delighted. Making you all wait is worth this Wang Fei's hard work. Her gaze swept past Han Kongan, who immediately grew alarmed. What does this damned lass mean by this? Han Yunxi had only delayed for a few seconds, but impatient people couldn't wait. Duke of Qin, did you all get the life-blood pill? The Empress couldn't help but ask. Long Feiyi didn't speak, but glanced towards Han Yunxi. His eyes were telling her to stop before going too far. All right, Han Yunxi smiled and immediately took out a brocade box from her sleeve. This is the life-blood pill. We got it without a hitch. In a flash, everyone's eyes focused on them. Emperor Tianhui didn't dare to be careless, but quickly called out, Imperial Physician Gu, Imperial Physician Gu, come over here. Gu Beiyue came out of the room and walked over with quick step. Imperial Physician Gu, this is the life-blood pill? Emperor Tianhui asked seriously. As soon as he smelled the scent of blood and saw the color, Gu Beiyue was certain. Delighted, he said, to reply, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, and esteemed Empress, this really is the life-blood pill. The Crown Prince's illness can be cured. Congratulations to Your Majesty, congratulations to Your Majesty. With Gu Beiyue's confirmation, everyone felt relieved. But with the life-blood pill in hand, it meant that Han Yunxi's treatment was about to begin. Actually, Emperor Tianhui and the Empress Dowager didn't completely trust Han Yunxi's diagnosis, but they were more willing to believe in Han Yunxi than Han Kongan's diagnosis. Of course, this was also Emperor Tianhui's last chance for the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince was cured, then everything would be fine. If not, then Emperor Tianhui would have to give up on the Crown Prince. The Empress was the clearest about this complicated relationship. To Emperor Tianhui, he had many sons, but to the Empress, she only had the Crown Prince as her only son. She didn't care whether Han Yunxi's diagnosis was right or wrong, or whether the Crown Prince's stomach was filled with a malignant tumor or a child. She only wanted one result, and that was the Crown Prince was fine. Han Yunxi, then can we detoxify the poison now? Emperor Tianhui's eyes revealed traces of nervousness. But Han Yunxi only said, No. What? She already had the life-blood pill, but it still wasn't enough? Everyone fell silent at her words. Even Long Feiyi knitted his brows and looked over. Chapter 66. Why couldn't Han Yunxi start expelling the poison even though she'd gotten her hands on the life-blood pill? Everyone was astonished, but Han Yunxi explained, I'm too tired. Let's start in the afternoon to avoid any mistakes. Han Yunxi was exhausted from rushing all the way here. Everyone else was anxious, but she wasn't. She had to take care of her own body. As a doctor, being responsible for herself meant being responsible for the patient. Although she'd gotten her hands on the life-blood pill, expelling the poison was only a minor operation, it was still an incision. If there was a single mistake during the process, the consequences would be hard to explain. Hearing her words, Emperor Tianhui's eyes flashed with displeasure. Still, he dreaded the words to avoid any mistakes, so he didn't say much but nodded in agreement. Han Yunxi slept the entire morning in a side room of the Eastern Palace. Besides Long Feiyi, no one else left. Although they were all impatient, they could only wait for her all morning. After waking up in the afternoon and eating some snacks, Han Yunxi finally returned to the courtyard. Gu Beiyue had already made some preparations and was waiting for her. When she didn't see Long Feiyi, Han Yunxi's eyes flashed with astonishment, but she didn't think too much about it. Han Yunxi, you're awake now, aren't you? Emperor Tianhui asked loftily. To reply, Your Majesty, Yunxi is much more awake. Han Yunxi bowed as she replied truthfully. That's good. You should know that if anything goes wrong, Emperor Tianhui didn't finish his sentence, but it was more intimidating than a warning. Yunshi understands. Han Yunshi lowered her head, her eyes deep and calm. Since Emperor Tianhui had spoken, she naturally had to make her own demands. Your Majesty, when Chenxia is treating, no one is allowed to be present besides Imperial Physician Gu. At these words, the Empress was the first to feel uneasy. She said coldly, Han Yunshi, what kind of attitude is this? On one side, Han Kongan seized the chance to question her. Qin Wangfei, could it be that there's some secret plot behind your treatment that needs to be cleared out? Or perhaps, the Crown Prince's stomach is already a fetus, and you're afraid that others will see it? Han Yunshi coldly glanced at him and said sarcastically, why don't you treat him, Divine Dr. Han? You. Han Kongan had no words to reply, but turned to Emperor Tianhui instead. Your Majesty, as this commoner sees it, there must be something fishy going on here. Gu Beiwen knew Han Yunshi's habits, and was about to explain when Han Yunshi spoke to Emperor Tianhui. Your Majesty, this treatment is extremely taxing on the mind. You're all under too much pressure in Yunshi's presence, so you can't concentrate. In order to reduce the risk of treatment and for the sake of the Crown Prince's safety, I ask the Emperor to understand. As for Divine Dr. Han's suspicions, Yunshi said long ago that once the poison in the Crown Prince's stomach is cured, Divine Dr. Han can personally examine him. As soon as Han Yunshi entered the zone, her solemn and professional side was revealed. Although her voice wasn't loud, it carried a sense of authority that couldn't be ignored. Without waiting for Emperor Tianhui to reply, Han Yunshi added, aside from this, Yunshi has another request. During Yunshi's treatment, I hope that you can ensure that the surroundings are quiet and safe, so as to eliminate unnecessary disturbances and accident. Everyone present was the most respected figure in the empire, but right now, the doctor held the highest authority. Although Han Yunshi's attitude made Emperor Tianhui very uncomfortable, he could only agree to her demands at this juncture. Leaving aside the issue of responsibility, Emperor Tianhui didn't want to see any mistakes. After the treatment, he'd have people inspect the scene immediately. Han Yunshi wouldn't be able to play any trick. Alright, Zhen agrees. I hope you won't disappoint Zhen either. Go on in, Emperor Tianhui said coldly. Since Emperor Tianhui had agreed, what else could Han Kongan say? He glared hatefully at Han Yunshi, anticipating the examination after the treatment. Many thanks for your Majesty's understanding. Yunshi won't disappoint you. Han Yunshi was still very confident. After all, once the problem of excessive blood loss was solved, the treatment would be simple. Only then did she rise and prepare to enter the rooms with Gu Beiwe. At this moment, the Empress chased after them and took her hand. Yunshi, I'll leave Tianma to you. Han Yunshi was about to speak when the Empress lowered her voice and warned her cold. Han Yunshi, you better make sure that Tianma is safe and sound. Otherwise, I definitely won't let you off. As the Empress spoke, her lips rose into an arrogant smile. Of course, if you cure Tianma, I and the Empress Dowager won't treat you unfairly. Han Yunshi laughed coldly in her heart. Wasn't this trouble caused by the Empress? She didn't want to be treated unfairly. As long as the Empress didn't cause her any more trouble, she'd be thankful. Han Yunshi didn't reply, but gave the Empress a deep look. Without a trace, she pushed aside her hand and immediately entered the room, personally closing the door behind her. Seeing this, the Empress was so angry that her face turned black. What a Han Yunshi! If you weren't the Duke of Qin's official consort, I could crush you to death with a single finger. You better be so confident when you come out later. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Once the door closed, the Empress Dowager and Empress didn't leave. They stood outside the door and eavesdropped, hoping to hear something. The Empress was angry, but more than that, she was nervous. The Emperor didn't go far, but sat down in the courtyard. Seeing the Empress Dowager and Empress sneaking around in front of the door, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Mohu, come and sit, he said mildly. Only then did the Empress Dowager come over, her eyes full of worry. I just heart, it's up and down. It's uneasy. The Empress was about to agree when she saw the impatience in the Emperor's eyes. She could only give up and accompany the Empress Dowager to sit on the side. Waiting for even a second longer felt like an eternity. Inside the room, the busy Han Yunshi had long forgotten the time. She had already done the necessary checks on Long Tianma. After confirming that she could use the scalpel, she immediately anesthetized him with medicine. This anesthesia had to be a full-body anesthesia. First, it would be very uncomfortable to take the poison later. Second, if she used the scalpel, Long Tianma might not be able to endure it. Of course, the most important thing was that she didn't want Long Tianma to see too much. The new anesthetic in her detoxification system was very useful. After a while, Long Tianma completely fainted. Gu Beiyue then began to decoct the medicine. The large bag of poison was turned into a small bowl of poison soup. It was indeed poison. The taste was especially strange. Even Gu Beiyue, who grew up in piles of medicine, couldn't stand it. Fortunately, Long Tianma was unconscious. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for him to drink the medicine. After decocting the medicine, Gu Beiyue personally forced Long Tianma to drink it. Han Yunshi walked to the medicine pot. Just as she was about to dispose of the poison dregs, she suddenly stopped and hesitated. The smell of the dregs was stronger than she expected. Whether it was hidden in her medical bag or Gu Beiyue's case, it could be smelled out. If it was found, it would be difficult to explain. What should I do? Han Yunshi looked back at Gu Beiyue. Seeing that his attention was on Long Tianma, her eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. She moved her back to Gu Beiyue to block his view. However, Han Yunshi didn't know that at this moment, a pair of cold and deep eyes were staring at her from the roof. Long Feiyi saw Han Yunshi's strange behavior at a glance and immediately suspected that there was a problem with the medicine pot. However, as a non-professional, he couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that Han Yunshi was hiding something from Gu Beiyue? At this moment, Han Yunshi's hand was lightly grasping the dregs of medicine. She seemed to be smelling them, but in the split second that Long Fei was distracted, the dregs of medicine in Han Yunshi's hand vanished into thin air. Long Fei suddenly frowned and immediately moved a tile to let himself see more clearly. He saw that the dregs in the medicine pot were already empty. Han Yunshi turned around to open Gu Beiyue's case, and took out a bag of medicine. Where was it? Did he see wrongly, or did it really disappear into thin air? Long Fei couldn't figure it out. The safest way was to store the dregs of poison in the detox system. They couldn't even be smelled. Han Yunshi glanced at Gu Beiyue and saw that he was still pouring Long Tianma's poison down his throat. She exhaled and relaxed. She took out the ingredients she'd prepared beforehand from Gu Beiyue's case. These were the ingredients she'd written down on a whim before. She placed the entire bag of ingredients into the medicine pot and only added half of the water to boil them all over again. By the time she was done expelling the poison, these dregs would have turned to dregs. She wasn't afraid of Emperor Tianhui or Han Kongan inspecting them then. After pouring down the bowl of poison, Han Yunshi's gaze turned serious. Although this was a simple operation, there were always risks involved. This was the most crucial step, but also the most dangerous. The poison began to dissolve the fetus in Long Tianma's womb. Rather than calling it a fetus, Han Yunshi preferred to call it a thing, because that thing only had signs of life. Perhaps it didn't even have the shape of a human. Thinking this way, she felt less guilty about facing life. Han Yunshi calmly lifted Long Tianma's robes to reveal his big belly. Although he knew Han Yunshi was a doctor now, Gu Beiyue was still speechless at her nimble movements. Still, he admired her even more. This woman wasn't as bashful as other women. Her actions were impudent, but her heart was magnanimous. She did things decisively and boldly. Imperial Physician Gu, you're not allowed to speak to me before I start the operation. No matter what happens, don't disturb me. Han Yunxi's tone was very serious. It took time for the poison to dissolve that thing, and the length of time would determine when Han Yunxi would start the operation. If it was too early, there'd be no way to completely dissolve the fetus in the womb. If it was too late, the poison might start to endanger the 5 viscera and 6 bowels and create new problems, or leave behind sequelae. Han Yunxi wouldn't allow any of this, nor could she afford to take responsibility for it. After all, the 3 people outside weren't people to be trifled with. There was still Han Kongan waiting to grab hold of her pigtails. She could only succeed at this step, not fail. Although Gu Beiwei didn't understand the intricacies of this step, he knew it was crucial. Otherwise, Han Yunxi wouldn't have asked Emperor Tianhui for a second request. "All right, don't be too nervous," Gu Beiwei said as he turned to leave, trying his best to minimize any disturbances. Han Yunxi's gaze rested on Long Tianma's bulging stomach, her gaze solemn and focused. She immediately activated the detox system's deep scanning function to scan the poison in Long Tianma's abdomen. She tracked the movement of the poison and calculated the progress of its dissolution based on the changes in the poison's toxicity. At this moment, Han Yunxi was completely focused, her entire being emanating a solemn aura that didn't allow anyone to disturb her or approach her. Although the detox system's deep scanning function was calculated by AI, it still required the cooperation of her consciousness. Her concentration had to reach 100%, or else it'd affect the system's calculations and affect the time it took to start the operation. Gu Beiwei watched her from a distance, his eyes filled with amazement. He liked this woman's serious looks the most. But right at this moment,